And yeah, I made an exception for this game. I would 23rd, okay. I grabbed it immediately, and since I had Lamplight CD, actually it was part of a bundle with a discount available to it, and it was cheaper than usual, which was amazing because we did play Lamplight. Well, I think we played all Grundislav games here. We played Shardlight and a Golden Wake, which were released while Grundislav was still part of Vegetai. Then he started working independently outside of Vegetai. In fact, that was, I think, as far as I know, it was during the development of Lamplight City that he kinda separated ways with Vegetai, got the game released through Application Systems Heidelberg. And now this game, again, Rosewater, is being released by Heidelberg. And I think among the 3 Grundislav games that we played, Lamplight City was the best of them anyway. Although the other games were very enjoyable as well. Shardlight was special in its own way, and Golden Wake had a really interesting dialogue, puzzles, I could say. And Lamplight City was amazing with multiple paths, multiple endings, some wrong solutions that could get the game to a bad ending if you did things wrong. In fact, some of the things were difficult to find, difficult to figure out. It was challenging in a very good way. Not very difficult, but sometimes it was challenging to try and get the best results. But we worked on it, and we got the best ending. And now we are gonna try Rosewater. I don't know much about this game. I know only the basic stuff. I know that this takes place in the same setting of Lamplight City, which is like an alternate history of Northern America, which stayed under the British rule, never declared its independence, and that area is called Vespuccia, I think, if I understand correctly. And Lamplight City took part more in the eastern part of Vespuccia, and Rosewater apparently takes more in the western part of Vespuccia, which is like a Wild West cowboy kinda setting. Well, I guess it's my guess. It's what I have seen, kinda. I'm not so sure since I've never played it or seen it yet. America Vespucci, yeah, exactly. It's a nice touch. Instead of America, it's Vespuccia. Takes the surname instead of the name. Anyway, I'm very excited to start this game today. As I said, came out 5 days ago. Some people have already played and finished it. I'm looking at you, Thor. And Thor has been saying some spoiler-free things like how it was easy, kind of easy, not very challenging puzzle-wise, but it was more ambitious, bigger, I think longer than Lamplight City as well. And overall, I think Thor's impression was good, correct me if I'm wrong. And it's about time that we see this game for ourselves. Obviously, some of you will not want spoilers, I fully understand. Like parrots, avert your eyes, don't get any spoilers, play this for yourself. I think it's a very interesting and exciting new title to be added to modern adventures, which is always amazing to see that some indie developers are keeping this genre alive, one of my favorite genres. Put a bunch of minor things that bugged you, but that probably won't bug you. Okay, that's great, that's great. I don't expect to be very bugged with this game, because I expect to enjoy it very much. Hey Prince, welcome. How are you doing, Prince? Ooh, Jahira. Nice one. If this is easier, that's not good. Well, I don't know. That's what Thor was saying. Thor was telling me that the puzzles are probably
a manipulation of the mind.
The puzzles probably won't be a challenge for me, but we'll see. We'll see. That doesn't.
This was not covered by my training manuals.
That doesn't really say much before we see it for ourselves. You're the half-elf and druid princess you always wanted to be. Hey, finally, Prince. You got your wish. You got your dreams. Garrus, our boy. Is he even done with his calibrations yet? How are you doing, chat? How is your Tuesday? Hope you've been well. Have you played this yourself yet? Have you watched this on other channels? I know it was played.
Calibrations.
It was played on GOG channel by Flows, if I'm not mistaken, a few days ago. I have seen that a lot of streamers are playing Lamplight City more than Rosewater. You know, some of the streamers that I at least follow, they've been playing Lamplight City instead of Rosewater. Maybe they kind of want to see the first independently released Grundislav game before trying out Rosewater. Who knows? But it's really exciting that the release of this triggered people to play Lamplight City as well, because I really love Lamplight City. You know, some of you, I remember talking to some of you before playing it. Some of you had some problems with the possibility of kind of solving a puzzle wrong and missing out on stuff, you know, getting locked out of good endings and stuff. I don't have any problems with it in my playthrough. I imagine Grundislav kind of employed some of the same puzzle design for this game as well. Obviously that's just a guess, but I know that Grundislav doesn't really like inventory puzzles much, like item combinations or giving something to some other NPC, using something on something, rather than you know, you could think of Lamplight City as Gabriel Knight 1 without the inventory, pretty much. Well, not without, but with much less emphasis on it. Instead, it's employed like a notepad where you took notes of the relevant subjects that you came across, and then you could go to an NPC. You don't have a problem with that, you don't play puzzle games. But you do. You play Longest Journey, don't you?
Still here after 32 months and has just resubscribed.
Thank you for the resub.
I also don't have problem with that. I don't play puzzle games.
Thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. My biggest problem with Lamplight was being forced to watch the MC make horrible life decisions, not being able to do anything about it. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of didn't really feel it that much in my first playthrough. Never replayed it though. It felt like a natural story to me. Like sometimes in RPGs or some adventure games, I feel that. Hey Melandil, welcome. Buongiorno, buongiorno. Hope you are doing well. Sometimes I feel like when I don't have enough control over the character about making some sort of decision which doesn't fit with me. Hey QP, welcome. How are you doing? Happy Tuesday.
Watch where your next words tread carefully.
That kind of frustrates me, but I don't think I really felt that in Lamplight City, partially because of the, without going into spoilers of Lamplight City in case you haven't played it and if you want to play it at some point, with the mental problems and the other problems that the main character had. It didn't feel like I think
we're having a real moment here.
I was witnessing a story outside of my control that frustrated me. And yeah, I was saying you could think of Lamplight City as Gabriel Knight 1 without the inventory, where you took notes on your notepad about relevant subjects, and then you went to NPCs and asked them about those subjects, and that's how you progress most of the game. By figuring things out. Obviously, you were a police officer, a detective in Lamplight City. I don't actually know what the role of the main character is in this game. We are about to find out as we jump in very soon. But I expect it to be somewhat similar, because as far as I understand, Grundislav kind of likes that kind of puzzle design. I was pretty tired yesterday. I sound much better today. Thank you, Thor. I had a good sleep. I actually watched all of Stranger Things season 1. I decided to restart Stranger Things. I'm gonna watch the other 3 seasons as well. I started and finished the season 1, and then I went to bed at like 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m., and I slept until 3 p.m. And you know, I chilled at night, and then I slept good. Got up, exercised, and now I'm ready for a stream. And I'm very excited for Rosewater. That's probably what's kind of lifting me up a little bit.
Just boosted rail. Quiet
Gonna grab a couple of beers
just
with Box of Sansi. Enjoy QP. Have a good time. Say hi to him for
just
me.
Boosted banner.
Parrot, thank you so much for the 400 stream streak. That's crazy. 400. Wow. And Boge again, thanks for the resub. And again, everybody, thank you for joining me today as we start the stream. Let's do some of the boosts, and I'm just gonna jump into the game because I'm very, very excited about it. Very, very excited about it. Cyberpunk, Rock Trader, Andromeda, Cyberpunk, Anachronox, Underrail, Lionhearts, and Banner Saga. There we go. Thank you for the boosts, Pi, Multi, Marzo, and QP. Hey Shadro, welcome. Happy Tuesday. Hey Mason, welcome as well. Hope you are doing well. Good to see you both. And yeah, the poll is going on, by the way. It looks like Darklands has lost. I was thinking maybe people had finalized their votes by now, and I was kinda, you know, a little bit not frustrated, but not very happy that I again ended up starting up the poll too early, because it's been weeks now and we still have to go through Diablo and stuff to finalize it. And I was thinking, okay, everyone has voted, no one looks at the poll anymore, I think these are the end results. And I was thinking about, as I was thinking about that, I looked at Discord just before the stream and noticed that Darklands has lost a vote, which means I think there is even bigger chance for Arcanum or Rogue Trader to catch up now. So we'll see how it ends, as it ends in a few weeks. We still gotta do the Diablo, which we're gonna start on Friday. We're gonna do the challenge run with the Barbarian. I don't expect it to take too long, maybe 2 weeks, since we are gonna also on Sundays I'm gonna be doing the co-op with Gene and LGG. It's gonna be 2 days of the challenge run per week, and we probably can finish normal in either 2 or 3 streams. Hey Virlex, welcome. I'm a good guy? Why did you say that, Virlex? I appreciate that. Thank you. But what makes you say that? I'm curious. Yeah. Again, thank you for being here, and let us jump into the game already. It would help if I had started Steam, I suppose. Felt like saying it, Thank you, Virlex. Thank you. Before it's too late. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Rosewater. Let's go. That is true, Thor. That is true. In fact, I'm the neutralist. As neutral as it gets. I think I looked at settings before. Let me know what you feel about the volume levels. This is kind of arbitrary, you know, educated guesses from previous games, but we may have to raise the volume of the music and stuff. Do let me know how it feels. And we do have the subtitles on and stuff like that. So let us start the game. I'm gonna take a look. I'm sorry, Amalandul. I saw it a little bit too late. I'm gonna take a look as
Boarded
soon
the
as we start.
743 from Pierre Lorraine for Rosewater, Western Vespuccia. No baggage to speak of, in the literal or metaphorical sense. Just a little hope. And that doesn't take up much space.
Music is kinda low, I think.
Much has been said about the Western frontier. The perilous wilderness, the lawless towns, and the tough, hardened folk who make their way out there.
Hey, almost
Usually
a
to
week.
get away
Hell
from
yeah.
something worse. I suppose I'm about to become one of them myself.
Ooh, that's a big
There's just
spider.
one thing Rosewater's got that no place else has. An opportunity with my name on it.
Francisco Gonzalez is Gundislav, and he pretty much did everything by himself. With the exception of music, which we see very often in indie games. Isn't this very reminiscent of excavation of Hobbs
The
Barrow?
thoughts in my head are running together like the landscape outside the window.
How she's looking out with the
Excitement,
reflection from the
trepidation,
window
and
as she
boredom
travels
mixing
through
like
a
the
train.
scrub and rocks and soil into one long blur.
Thank you, Pat. Enjoy your lurk.
One thing I know, I am ready for a change of scene.
You don't like the art style in general? I usually have no problem with art styles. I'm not selective. It rarely causes problems for me. Western Vespuccia. The town of Rosewater. 1850. Does anyone remember what year Lamplight City took
Quiet.
place in?
Howdy, ma'am. Allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes on behalf of the town of Rosewater and its inhabitants. Folks call me Jem, and who do I have the honor of greeting?
Harley Legere.
Delighted to make your acquaintance. Might I assist you with your luggage?
It wasn't very
that
good, I'm
is,
sorry.
if you've
It was my
got
best.
any.
I don't.
Ah, right. Well, what brings you to our fair town, Mrs. Legere?
I'm here for a job.
Miss. And I'm here about a job.
Planning on sticking around, huh? Say, what line of work are you in?
If you must know, well, I write. There's an opening at the Rosewater Post.
Well, best of luck with that. The editor at that place ain't somebody you want to cross.
Then we
Howdy,
ought to get along
partner.
fine.
I'm sure you will.
Partner.
But as official town greeter, allow me to offer a small caution. Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Hey!
Say, I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing.
Aw. It's just a kid.
All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl.
Ooh. Ooh, what do we say?
But I had the good sense not to get caught. Word of
1844.
advice, kid.
Thank you,
Don't
Pi.
pick
Thank
your
you.
mark in broad daylight, especially not at a lawman's doorstep. Go on, beat it, or I really will give you something to cry about. Now, where in the ether is that damn publisher's office?
Walking track, left click, double click to skip walking. That is good, very good. Inventory, right click or press I. Menu, escape. More cursor to top of screen. Okay.
Updated my journal.
Oh, just people walking past. That's nice. Show objects, hold O, middle mouse button. Alright. Oh, hotspot highlighting, okay. Alright, let's look at the accessibility options. We have auto advanced text, extended timers. Select this to extend timers during time dialogues. I think I'm gonna enable this. Since we are streaming, maybe we will need more time to think about timers. I probably wouldn't do this if I was playing by myself, but if I have to read the text and make a choice in a limited amount of time, I think we could use extended timers. Also, I didn't know there was timed dialogues. I don't like timed dialogues, especially in adventure games. I understand them and how they can serve the story. I usually don't like them. We'll see how they did it in this game. Autosave alerts, yeah, sure, I suppose. Telltale games, are you listening? Yeah. There are only a couple of Telltale games that I like. I like Walking Dead Season 1 and 2 and The Wolf Among Us. And some of the earlier ones like Back to the Future and Sam and Max, but they are not the same. They are not the same style. Yeah, Lee. Yeah, I know. It's really sad. You found the time dialogues are quite generous. For streaming, it could be an issue. Yeah, let's enable that. Autosave alerts, let's disable this, I suppose. We don't need to see that. Diary update alerts. Enable disable alerts when diary is updated. Updated my journal. We should see when our journals are updated. Diaries are updated. Text backdrop. Yeah, we want that. Handwriting fonts. How does it change? We are gonna take a look at. We are gonna compare the fonts maybe if we cannot read the handwriting fonts. High contrast inventory highlights. We'll see if we need something other than this default option. Vertical radial menu. When selected, radial menu UI will appear as a vertical list. We'll keep it like this for now. So we have
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Leger, thank you for submitting your sample. Your writing shows real potential. I'd like to extend an invitation to meet with me at the offices of the Rosewater Post and discuss the possibility of an extended commission. How soon can you arrive in town? I await your reply and look forward to making your acquaintance. Yours, Joan Gallagher.
I guess we have an Irish accent, right? So we came from Ireland to Vespuccia to Rosewater. Very broken sword-like graphics. Somewhat similar, yeah. Somewhat similar. I love that people are just walking by. So we can go into the Vespuccia Railway and the sheriff's office, and that's all. So
they do have the law here, in theory at least.
all right, let's go back to the railway, see if there's anything there. So I guess there's nothing there. Let's go into the sheriff's office.
Howdy, stranger. Fresh off the train?
Yes, sir.
Come on in then. Let's have a chat. I'm Sheriff Gamble.
Harley Leger.
Pleasure. Just passing through, or...
I'm here about a job.
Well now, that's refreshing. Few come to Rosewater these days with the intent of staying long. How are you finding our town?
Frankly, it sucks. Let's be nice.
Oh, it's great. Real pretty.
Glad you think so. Most folks take one look around and get right on the next train back. But I can see you have some real grit. I doubt the dust and the flies will put you off. Anyhow, welcome to Rosewater. You run into any trouble, you come and see me.
Will do, sir. Alright, lots of things to look at. Oh, this is amazing.
Hey, Sheriff?
We can click
What's
on
the story
objects
with
to
these
ask
guns?
NPCs about it instead of during the dialogue.
Now these
I love
are
it.
standard issue repeaters. Pretty powerful rifles. Thankfully, I've yet to use one in the line of duty. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of these.
Okay, did you notice that we can actually move while he's talking about it? So there could be a scenario where we have to distract someone, ask about it, for example, lure the sheriff here and then do something here when he is focused on this stuff. It's really interesting that we keep control. I think that will probably be some sort of puzzle elements, is my first impression. We'll see.
Impressive collection.
Actually, I'm curious
Sheriff?
to
Yes, ma'am?
What was it you said about these guns?
try this again.
Now these are standard issue repeaters. Pretty powerful rifles.
A plain leather bag. Wonder what's inside.
Thankfully, I've yet to use one in the line of duty. Wouldn't want to be on the
Is there
receiving
anything
end
we
of
can
one
do
of
here,
these.
like pick up while he's not looking? Okay, that's interesting. I gotta keep that in mind. I think we may use it.
Hey, Sheriff?
Ma'am?
Why have you got a horseshoe hanging above the door?
Ah, glad you asked. My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the devil. The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see. So the blacksmith took a red-hot horseshoe and nailed it straight onto one of his hooves. The devil howled out in pain. He begged the blacksmith to take it off again. The smith agreed, but on one condition. the devil must always respect the horseshoe and never enter any place where one is hung above the door. Hell of a story, wouldn't you say?
So I'm kind of curious to
What
try
a
something.
peculiar decoration.
Let's ask about this as well. I'm gonna test something out.
Not a bad view. Those are some stern-looking ladies. Hey, Sheriff,
Yes, ma'am.
what's this photo of?
That's a view of Colchester, where I grew up.
The animations are really beautiful, by the
All
way.
things considered, I still do
I like
miss
how
the place.
smooth they are.
Sometimes I find myself wondering what life would be like if I'd stayed. My folks still have a ranch there. Been meaning to pay 'em a visit.
So let's see what happens if I
Hey, Sheriff?
overwhelm him with
Yes, ma'am.
What was it you said
asking
about this
stuff
photo?
around.
That's a view of Colchester, where I grew up.
I mean, I'm just
It ain't
testing stuff right
exactly a
now. I'm not trying to
metropolis,
solve
but
anything
it's
or
got
do
character.
anything specific.
Hey, Sheriff?
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt, but what was the story behind the horseshoe?
Ah, glad you asked. My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the devil.
Hey, Sheriff?
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt, but what was it you said about this photo?
That's a view of Colchester, where I grew up. The winters were so cold, people...
Those are some stern-looking ladies.
My folks still have a ranch.
Hey, Sheriff? Sorry to interrupt, but who are the people in this photo?
Those are my sisters, Lord bless them. Irma's a real sweetheart. Don't think I ever met a kinder soul. I hope she's doing well.
Or is it troll?
Sadie died a few months after this picture was taken. I'm grateful to have this to remind me of her smile. Mary was always my favorite. The trouble we used to get into when we was kids.
I like it. It's smooth. Switching from object to object and being able to do something as the character talks. You know, continue walking around the room or look at hotspots or even examine another object as the character is telling about this object. It really adds a flow that, like, not a flow as in problem, but, you know, like a fluidity to the game that most point-and-click adventures lack. During the dialogue, you are usually locked into a dialogue and you choose options one by one. For example, in most games you would have to... Hey Thazen, welcome. How are you, Thazen? Good to see you. What do you call an apartment without currents? So, for example, you would maybe look at this photo and then go in and talk with this sheriff to ask about the photo. Like, being able to ask about the photo right here, and as the sheriff is talking about it, you can walk around and do something else, possibly even solve another puzzle. That is a great fluidity to the game, in my opinion. I love it. Yours? Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh no, that's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get the power back soon. How long has it been out?
Doesn't look too comfy, but I guess that's the point. Does this cell see much use?
Nah, not really. Well, that's fine by me. The less I have to clean out that pot, the better.
Looks like a pretty rough sort.
Oh really? At least you know it's gonna go out. How many hours have they told you, broski? Because I'm a potato.
This fellow's still at large?
Yep, but I reckon he's left the province.
A plain leather bag. Wonder what's inside. What's in the bag?
Oh, that's a set of lockpicks I confiscated from a would-be burglar.
Ooh, chat? Was I right? Was I right?
New channel SFX request by Thazan.
Was I right? Let's see. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's
Sheriff?
a long time.
Yes,
hey,
ma'am?
Draven, welcome.
What was it you said about this
How are you
photo?
doing? Good to see
That's
you.
a view of Colchester, where I grew up.
Welcome in, Draven. Happy Tuesday.
The winters were so cold, people's sentences would hang in the air for days.
He'll notice they're missing.
All things considered, I still do miss the place.
If I had something to replace it with, maybe
It ain't exactly
it
a
would work.
metropolis, but it's got
You work right up
character.
there when this is under go. I am enjoying the game. I just started, and I already have very positive.
A lawman with a
Um,
license? Guess
thoughts
Rosewater
about it.
isn't so uncivilized after all.
Hand it on the pocket computer to watch you on. So hopefully, power will be back before the battery dies. Is that your phone, or do you actually have a pocket computer like a PDA?
Does this license mean you went to sheriff school?
No, it means I was officially elected to the position by the people of this town. The
Do you have
paper is
power
really
banks?
just a formality.
I wouldn't have figured the sheriff for a naturalist. Fancy yourself a lepidopterist?
Ha! Hardly. Picked that display up from a passing rag and bone man. But I like when the sun shines on their wings just so. Real thing of beauty.
Hey, Sheriff,
What can I do you for?
just how long have you been the sheriff here anyway?
Oh, a couple years now. Like most everyone else, I came to Rosewater in '48 when we thought the hills were full of Orem. Except I stayed when it turned out they weren't.
You were a prospector?
Yep. But it turns out lawman was a more stable career.
Tell me about
A
Rosewater.
man in your position must have plenty to say about the town he serves.
Suppose that's true. But a stroll down Main will tell you most everything you need
Alright,
to
bye.
know.
Enjoy your shower.
That little weasel Jem is a real piece of work. What's his deal?
Did he cause you any trouble?
Nah, just tried putting on airs with his town greeter routine. But he was on his way once I let him know I wasn't
Is that a
having
lurker?
any of it.
Yes. That's what the lurk
That boy. He ain't a bad kid, just been dealt a bad hand. I've tried setting him straight, but his head's harder than granite. Maybe it's time I set my foot down. Show him the inside of himself for a while.
Trust me, that'll only make things worse. Perhaps rather than tossing away the bad apple, you might look in the barrel and figure out what made it rot.
Say, you ain't one of those social reformer types, are you?
Let's just say I've seen my share of cruddy barrels.
I felt like the first guy who welcomed us was kinda keeping us busy for the kid to steal the wallet. And then he quickly left when we caught the kid. So I feel like that guy was the instigator. And that might be what she's referring to. Yeah. Complaint number 2 is you can't turn in the pickpocket to the sheriff 5 feet away. The vault he tried to steal is all you have in the town you've never been to. If he succeeded, you'd be screwed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she wanted to turn in the kid because she realizes that she's not the real guilty party there. Probably, in fact, a victim himself. Hey, dude, with the 400 stream streak. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Thank you so much. And welcome and good to see you. And not only that, but also she remarked that she wasn't the greatest kid or like greatest person in her past. She probably did some pickpocketing or, you know, stealing theory herself was my guess. Who knows? Maybe she's one of those rogue types, or used to be. I mean, I guess if she wanted to turn the
You two
kid,
will
then
be
she
nothing
would. But the
but a
other guy just
footnote in
left,
the
right?
annals of my achievements.
We'll see.
Anything of interest in the surrounding area?
Not really. The San Bernardino Valley don't offer much in the way of sightseeing. There's an army fort, Fort Beaumont, and an abandoned relic that used to be a laboratory. There's also an Indian village on the other side of the valley, but you'll want to steer clear. I've heard tell they can be real territorial. But all that's outside my jurisdiction. When you leave my town, you're taking your chances out there.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
You are really dedicated to your puns, dude. I wouldn't type that for any reason on a phone. It's so difficult to type stuff on a phone. Like I probably, even if I was inclined to make jokes like that, I wouldn't do it on a phone. I admire your dedication to your art. I really do. You know?
Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria.
Alright, so we can go this way.
Draconic Dude just boosted Solasta.
I'm not kidding, I'm quite serious.
Draconic Dude just
I hope that isn't
boosted
the
Eye
town
of the
water
Beholder.
supply. I hope that isn't the town water supply.
So another thing that I took note of at the sheriff's is when we looked at an object, next time we clicked on it, one of the selections had changed. So I should click on everything twice. You know that she's of Irish descent, has experience with pickpocketing. Ireland had the potato famine in 1847. Good backstory so far. Yeah. We'll see how it develops.
Can't be a good sign when even the blacksmith goes out of business. No shoes for you, horsies. Looks sturdy, but there's some rot creeping around the handles.
Okay.
This padlock's not going anywhere. Not without encouragement.
Maybe we'll get a crowbar or something.
Soft drink crates. A sugary, fizzy way to beat the heat. Nothing inside but a colony of ants.
Okay.
Shame. I could go for a sarsaparilla. The local sawbones. This is where all the sharp knives and strong drugs will be kept.
Alright, let's go into the physician's place.
Oh, hello there. Don't think I've seen you around before.
Just arrived in town. Name's Harley Leger. And you're Dr. Sedgwick?
At your service. Welcome to Rosewater and to my clinic. Anything in particular ailing you today?
Now that you mention it, I've got this blister on my right foot that's got me in a huff.
I can take care of that for you. Step over to the chair and I'll cut it off in a jiff. They do tend to be gushers, though, so it
Really?
might be a while before you're up and about again.
On second thought, I'll just deal with it.
Oh, the frontier life has its fair share of discomforts, to be sure. They do say that suffering is good for the soul.
For the soul? Is that a pun, Doctor?
Huh? Oh, I see. For the soul. Most humorous.
He didn't even notice the pun. Okay, there are some objects here. I guess that's a spittoon.
That's impressively clean.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say, and good health starts with good hygiene.
Maybe he does some dentistry as well.
Quite a variety of potions and tonics you've got here, Doc.
It's only a
Lotions
small
and
part of
potions
the
galore.
bounteous pharmacopoeia that nature might make available to us, if only we knew her secrets. There is so much to be discovered.
Potions galore.
Quite a variety.
It's only if
Have you actually read all these books, Doc?
I have. They also serve for reference. Learning is a lifelong endeavor.
Medical College of Wicks? Never heard of it.
It's in central Rotterdam. Not quite the University of New Britannia, but then what is?
I imagine you get your hands pretty dirty in this line of work?
It's for cleansing before, not after. I am a follower of the modern European theories, positing that disease follows from the propagation of tiny animalcules living on the surface of the skin. Thorough washing with soap and water is said to eradicate them.
Drown the little bastards, huh?
Something like that.
He is pretty forward-thinking.
Well, that's just disgusting.
Not disgusting, it's fascinating, awe-inspiring.
To each his own.
We cannot really move this dude around, but he looks this way.
What's in the pouch?
Oh, just some supplies for house calls and emergencies. Please, don't touch that, Miss Legere.
I feel like we are gonna have to find a way to pick up this pouch. Maybe if it looks similar enough, we could switch it with the pickpocket pouch. They both look like leather satchels. I'm not sure from this perspective how similar they are. But it's certainly reminiscent of the other one. Just try thinking backwards, and does anyone know some exorcism tricks? The power of Christ compels you, and then you kinda, throw some water onto the victim and hope that they wake up. I don't know. What are you asking about, Prison? What exorcism?
Hey, Doc, is that mess of noodles really what our insides look like?
Indeed, Miss Legere. The human body truly is a marvel.
I suppose that's one word for it. Hey, Doc.
Miss Legere.
So, how's the medicine business?
What a question. I'm a physician, Miss Legere, not some two-bit snake oil salesman.
Didn't mean to imply you were.
I'm sure. At any rate, I've not had many patients of late. But that is the physician's dilemma, is it not? We are taught that idleness is a sin. But better that I am idle and the townsfolk healthy than my surgery be full of the ill and infirm.
Got any knowledge to impart about Rosewater?
Oh, well, it's a fine town.
You don't sound too enthused.
I'm sure you'll find plenty to see and do here.
Yeah.
Give it to me straight, Doc. I want to know your thoughts on this place. Warts and all.
Were Rosewater one of my patients, I would say the prognosis is not good. Not since all the Aurum claims dried up and the airship routes opened, leapfrogging over our rail line. The hangers-on keep this place gasping for breath, but I fear they only prolong the inevitable. I hope I haven't discouraged you, but you did ask my opinion.
Happy 1st of April. Did anyone get pranked hard today? Bad timing? No worries at all.
If things are so bad, why not pick up and move elsewhere?
I swore an oath to do no harm, Miss Legere. As the town's only physician, leaving would mean abandoning my patients. There may not be many left to call on my services, but when they do, I am the only barrier standing between them and the grave.
Isn't that a bit dramatic, Doc?
Say what you will. I know where I stand on the matter.
The guy takes the Hippocratic Oath very seriously. Imagine, do no harm. He considers leaving the town as doing harm to the whole town. That's pretty, taking it very seriously. I like it. We try to abolish pranks. It just causes confusion. There was a small joke at school about them building a monorail roller coaster between buildings so we don't have to walk. That sounds nice, actually. Can't you get someone to take your place?
Why not train somebody to take over for you?
I did have an apprentice not long ago, my ward, Nadine.
What happened to her?
Oh, this is no kind of life for a restless young person. I encouraged her to put her talents to use elsewhere. She's ministering to the local native tribe now.
Who is this tribe?
I'm afraid I don't know much about them, just that they have a small village somewhere in the valley. I believe they call themselves the Audam? Autumn? I'm not certain of the pronunciation. At any rate, they don't come to the town, and I imagine the townsfolk mostly let them be as well.
Thanks for the streak, farmer. Thank you.
You must know all about the townsfolk.
I am well acquainted with all their ailments, proclivities, and vices. But if you're just seeking gossip, you'll have to find it elsewhere.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
I really like the dialogue animations, like when our character feels defensive about something she's saying, she crosses her arms, and when, for example, the doctor is thinking about it, she just takes on this pose, starts scratching the beard. You know, that there is a lot of thought into the dialogue animations as well. Honestly, I've been really impressed by the animations so far, and the art is very good as well, in my opinion. It's been really good. So we need to find a way to pick this up at some point. These? I think these are dried herbs that he uses in maybe some tinctures or lotions or something.
This is the place.
This is the place. Rosewater Post and Publishing. Let's not go in there. Let's keep exploring.
Business seems slow today. Probably a good thing.
So we can go this way.
Looks like it's been up for ages. I wonder if they ever caught the guy. Or maybe he retired from crime. Or died of old age. Shabby, but I've been to worse. Horse pills? Is that pills for horses or pills made from horses?
Good question.
Or both. Wonder if the whiskey here is any better than the rot gut back in Pierre.
Okay, let's go into the saloon. Let's get a save.
These seem to be for decoration more than anything else. Food delivery for the lazy. Warning, watch the dang door. Signed, management. Now that is mighty tempting.
Wow, they got a pressed. The doc is in fact the Mass Effect Codex narrator. Nice catch, though.
Scenes from the wild country. A night campfire, a wild horse, and a bear in the mountains. Sure would be something to see all that up close and personal. Except maybe the bear. Someone's hunting trophy. I bet that piano hasn't been tuned since the De Leon administration. She's making the best of it, though. The local populace getting sloshed.
It really is out of tune, by the way.
Look behind you! A three-headed monkey!
Nice touch. Here's what some voices in Monkey Island 2 remaster.
Nothing upstairs but a bunch of empty rooms.
Okay, it doesn't look like we can do anything here right now. Gentleman Jake's Wild Wests. Ooh, what are those?
This place is falling apart, but these stone tiles were nice once. This place... Betrayal, murder, revenge, classic stuff. Never works out that way in real life. Never heard of this one.
Tannhauser.
Gentleman Jake's Wild West? Well, this is what passes for entertainment around here?
Thrills, excitement, gunplay. All seats, 20 CP? What is CP? Centpenny? I don't know. Copper? Coppers, okay, yeah.
Dr. Bennett Clark, Master of Ethericity. All right, the
Ethericity.
Ethericity fellow. I didn't know he was working out here.
Ethericity? That's...
Locked.
Can we break in?
This thing's heavier than it looks. Bet I could do some real damage with it.
Maybe we could break the lock on the blacksmith with this. I have returned. Welcome back, Pie. Okay, interesting. So we cannot use the item anywhere just to see if it works. I guess it does give you some sort of indication that it's useful when you hover over it, if it indeed is usable. So we could simply hover an item over the screen, over the hotspots like this, and see if it can be used anywhere. I'm assuming we won't be sure until we find one that works. Electricity was a pretty big part of Lamplights. That's true. I've forgotten the details of the Lamplight City story. I actually took a look at it yesterday just to remember a little bit what the game was about, and the characters and the environment. But the details are
dissection
elude me. Okay, yes. Hey Veru, welcome. How are you, Veru? Happy Tuesday. So my guess was right. It's highlighted if it's indeed usable. Tired? Hope you can get some rest.
I
Veru.
could easily smash this rotten
did
bit
you
of
say-
wood and get the lock off. But why would I want to snoop around an abandoned blacksmith shop?
You forgot the boost, and I tried to talk to you. You know, I called to you, and Parrot typed in chats as I was close to ending, but we couldn't make ourselves heard. Okay, I'm gonna make a save and take a short break. We are gonna run the ads. Stop the timer. Stick around, chat. I will see you in a few minutes if you're not a sub. I appreciate your
Veru Mamo
patience
just
with the,
boosted
with the
fire.
ads, and I'll see you soon.
Veru Mamo just boosted water.
Only 90 YouTube
Veru
videos
Mamo
left
just
that needs a
boosted
thumbnail.
darkness.
You'll get to it, Pi. You'll get to it. You'll get it done. Also, I noticed that you uploaded the Shiva WOD. I am thinking about watching it today. I'm curious to see how it went for you. You are getting in early today. Yeah. Sorry yesterday was a short stream. You probably didn't expect that. I actually said that it would be a short stream as we started, but probably not after you arrived, so it's partially my fault as well. We do have some boosts to do. Zoria. Solasta. Beholder. Deadfire. Wrath. And Darklands. Thanks for the boosts, Dude and Veru.
Fazan just musted JE.
Alright, Hazen. Good luck with the dishes.
Fazan just musted Scald. Thor Obliterator just boosted Dragonfall. Fazan just musted Andromeda. Thor Obliterator just boosted Age of Decadence.
Thanks for the boosts. Hazen and Thor. I think we need one more from Thor. Is that gonna be Hong Kong? We'll see. We shall see. Also, you probably noticed that we are in a new season of Elometer today.
Thor
We started the
Obliterator
April
just boosted
season,
Banner
season
Saga.
31 today. So make sure to get your first rolls in. Discover those characters. What's the hype for this game? We played the 3 other adventures of Grundislav in the past, and I'm a big fan of his work. We played Shardlight and Golden Wake and Lamplight City, and this takes place in the same setting as Lamplight City, just in the western part of the continent. And I really enjoyed all 3 of them, especially Lamplight City. And this game, I had been waiting for this game to be released for the last few months now. I was already hyped about it, and it came out 5 days ago. You know, I don't buy any games, but I made an exception for this one. Especially because it had a bundle discounts bundled with Lamplight City, which I already had, so I was able to get this game for cheaper than the release price. Thanks to Steam's, you know, if you have the bundle, the price gets reduced. If you are part of the bundle, the price gets reduced according to how many of the games you have. So that was nice, and yeah, it is a very cool point-and-click game so far, just like Lamplight City and the other Grundislav games. So it's been fun. Also, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Let's go back. So we cannot seem to go in here. We do have a save though. I'm gonna try again.
I could easily smash this rotten bit of wood and get the lock off, but why would I want to snoop around an abandoned blacksmith shop?
Okay, yeah, we don't have a reason right now, but that's certainly something we can do. I'm probably just I should probably just go into this post and publishing building and progress the story a little bit. We need a reason. Yeah, of course. Why would she do that? You know, she needs a reason. Oh, hey Becca, welcome. Happy Tuesday. How are you doing? Ignore him and enter the office. Wow.
Holy hell! Are you all right, mister? Don't you move. I'll fetch the doctor to have a look at you.
He acted so strange. You must have been guilty of something.
Doc, come quick. I've got an emergency.
How can I be of
You just
service?
ignored him.
Some poor
Wow.
fool's just fallen out a window.
At the Rosewater Post?
Yes. How did you...
Sounds like Joni's in a mood again. Let's go.
Here he is, poor bastard.
Oh dear.
Nice one.
Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Sedgwick. I'm here to help you. Can you move your legs? Spine seems intact. No obvious fractures of the arms or legs. That, I would say, is nothing short of a miracle. Right. He's in a bad way, but he'll live. I'll get him back to my clinic and patch him up. You are truly a good Samaritan, Miss Legere.
It was nothing. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to keep.
Of course. God bless.
Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm here about the writing commission.
Ah, yes, you must be Miss Legere. I believe you and Joni exchanged some correspondence on the matter already, yes?
Yep, got the letter right here.
May I see it, please?
Yeah.
Very good.
It
one more
is,
thing.
right?
Joni's not one for formalities. First names will do.
Noted.
Go up those stairs and knock.
Thanks. What's your name?
Henry Dixon, ma'am. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. If you were trying to get the achievements. I personally would have kept it for a second playthrough. The game is short enough. But I understand why you would look them up.
That cabinet's better organized than I'll ever be. Impressive piece of machinery.
I try not to look at achievements lists as I'm playing a game for the first time. Sometimes I cannot help myself or, you know, overcome my curiosity and I take a look. And when I do, it affects my gameplay, I find. Like even if it doesn't contain outright spoilers, it still gives you strong ideas about things, sometimes correct, sometimes wrong ideas, and it affects you in some way. So I try not to look. If I am really invested in a game, by the time I finish it, then I take a look at the achievements. Hey, Morgan Wolf. Thank you for the streak. Thank you. Oh no, I didn't look at your achievements at all, Thor. Well, I did notice, because Steam kinda puts them right in front of my eye, occasionally. I did notice that you got some achievements. But I tried to avert my eyes. I didn't really get any spoilers. You only look at achievements for strategy games or other games. You can tell you will play on the ones. Love that Dreamworld doesn't have achievements. How Tynan argued not adding achievements. Basically, they restrict gameplay. Yeah, there are some progression elements in games that at the first glance feel like they promote gameplay and progression, help with progression. But I think it's the other way, like stuff like achievements or leveling up or new seasons sometimes. They actually shifts a gamer's expectations of the game, and as soon as you've done the achievements or you leveled up to the max, whatever, you don't have any more reason to play anymore. Like in a game like RimWorld, with lack of achievements, your reasons to continue playing are your own, and it's endless. I did finish Mass Effect Trilogy, in fact, like a normally also look up achievements of their game. Yeah. Understandable, Pi, understandable. With RimWorld, well-made achievements would be a great for informing player about possibilities. It would be, maybe, but I think for a lot of people, as soon as they achieve all the achievements, they would stop playing. Like, same with a game like Dwarf Fortress. If you can reach all those pre-made goals made by the developer for you, usually you are done playing once you reach them. So it's a double-edged sword.
They seem to be pretty active around here. I hope that means steady work.
I think it would be, Vero. I think the player base would form around them somewhat as well.
Cozy. Excuse me?
How can I be of assistance?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't fully agree with that, Vera. I don't fully agree with that. You have a point for certain percentage of players, I'm sure. I don't know. Like, take Don't Starve, for example. Don't Starve or Don't Starve Together. The initial design for those games, for Don't Starve, was it had some sort of tutorial and achievements. And they found out in the beta testing of the game that if you gave that tutorial to the players, it did make easier for players to understand what could be done, because that's such a difficult and open sandbox game. As you start the game, it's really difficult to understand what you can do or what you should do to survive. You die immediately almost in your very first playthroughs of Don't Starve until you start learning about it. So they added these tutorials or other objectives which helped players to understand and learn the game better and enjoy it more. But as soon as the tutorial finished or the objectives of the game ended, then the players were left in this sandbox alone without having solved through the initial challenges by themselves. They were only able to get to that point thanks to the tutorial, and they just were lost and they lost interest and didn't enjoy it after that point. So I think that's a very good test of what a game can be or can be hurt, how a game can be hurt with the addition of Not only hand-holding mechanics, but also with the inclusion of preset goals. I think in certain games, lack of those is so much better, and I think Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are better for it as well. Yeah, I mean, it's still the same points. Doesn't really matter at what level the achievements or goals are.
What's to know about this town?
You picked a fine time to arrive, Miss Legere.
Why's that?
A few years back, you could hardly drive a wagon through the street. It was so full of folk coming and going. I'm sure you've noticed that's no longer the case.
So where did everyone go?
Wherever the Aurum actually is would be my guess. There's still some prospectors hanging on, convinced they'll find something everyone else missed. I'm sure they'll all come to their senses eventually.
If they all go, where will that leave you?
Why, getting by, I imagine. Peaceful, quiet life. The railroad still brings some traffic. Folks on their way further west or shipping goods back east. Although not as many as before the transcontinental airship line opened up. Easier to sail clear over the country than ride the rails halfway. Suits me fine, though.
Been working here long, Mr. Dixon?
Oh, about 5 years. I was the first one Joni hired on shortly after launching the paper. Was a farmhand before that. Keeping books is much nicer than tending cow pens, let me tell you.
Anything I should know about the townsfolk?
Can't really help you there. I'm just a simple family man, and we keep to ourselves.
Exactly who was that gentleman just took a tumble out your second-story window?
I haven't a clue. Devil of a fella. Just busted in here and went straight for Joni's office. He wouldn't be put off, but insisted on speaking with the editor immediately. Said he intended to lodge a complaint. Suppose Joni didn't take too kindly to his manner of lodging.
Those are some mighty fine whiskers you've got.
Oh, why, thank you, Miss Legere. The missus tells me I ought to shave, but I'm fond of the look.
What an idea!
As you should be. I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
Incredible.
Farmer, thank you for your continued generosity and support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Baka, enjoy the sub. Yeah, in the last week there were a crazy amount of gift subs in this channel. Nothing I'm used to. I don't know how to handle that.
Excuse me?
Thank you, everyone.
I'd love to chat, Miss Legere, but I'm a bit occupied at the moment.
Here,
Don't
at
let
some
me
point,
distract
I'm
you, then.
considering playing The Walking Dead Season 1, or rather replaying it. Playing it for the first time on stream, but replaying it for me. You will probably want to avoid those streams. I think we will probably do that at some point. I don't know if I will play the whole series, but
Hello,
at least
Joan.
Season 1.
I'm Harley Legere.
Ah, yes. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Please, take a load off. Whiskey?
Bit early for me, but thanks all the same.
Sensible. I like that. I, however, have had a morning, so if you don't mind.
Wow.
Say, have we met before? Something about you seems familiar.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, shall we?
Yeah.
If you're going to join our little family here, I'd like to know more about you.
You're right, Thor. You're right. That's what I noticed now. So the Irish sound was this lady, not our character. I was a little confused why we didn't really speak with that thicker Irish accent when we were having dialogues. But I still wasn't sure if it was the same. But now I'm positive that it was this lady's voice on the letter, not Legere. It's not.
Me? Well, I was born and raised in New Britannia. Got out, made my way west, and started writing. I saw your ad while I was up in Pierre. Thought a change of scenery would do me good.
Well, admittedly, Rosewater isn't as cosmopolitan as it used to be, but maybe you'll find it to your liking.
There hasn't been a dull moment since I stepped off the train.
Speaking of, your writing sample had me in stitches. I haven't spent much time in Lamplight City myself, but your descriptions of the toffs in Lyon, hilarious.
That piece was inspired by my last visit a few years ago, actually.
Oh? What brought that about?
I had to go back and settle my late brother's affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't in connection with that awful business at the Lamplight City Expo.
Oh, no, it was before that.
The Expo disaster was a national tragedy, of course. But you know, I can't help remembering it as the week our paper sold more copies than it has before or since. Isn't that terrible? But enough about that. Let's get back to why we're here. I loved your sample, and I like you as well, Harley. So I'm going to go ahead and offer you a commission. I'll pay you 45 crowns for it. After that, we can talk about more regular opportunities.
Well, I'll be. So, what's my assignment? A scathing
How much is
commentary
45
on
crowns?
Rosewater's decline? Or maybe a hard-hitting expose on the plight of the marginalized criminal youth?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want you to interview Gentleman Jake Ackerman.
The buffoon performing at the Opera House?
Bite your tongue. Is that really what you think of him? He's a true Western legend. The Achilles of our times. We've got a real opportunity here. A star like that landing in our little town. I'd like something in the vein of your sample. Acerbic and mordant. But maybe not quite so acerbic.
So, a puff piece.
Good, you're paying attention. I want you to make Rosewater look good too. Show me a real frontier hero in a real frontier town. He's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds just down the road. I don't know how you're situated here, but you're welcome to use the typewriter in the office.
I only write longhand, but I'd certainly be grateful for a quiet place to work.
Longhand, how charming. Now, if you have any questions before you go, by all means, ask.
So, who was the man that went out your window? Not another writer, I hope.
Oh, God, no. You're the only applicant we've had. Don't worry about him. Just a rabble-rouser with an axe to grind. Thought he could burst in here railing about my journalistic integrity. Most folks stick to writing letters to the editor. I tried to calm him down, but... well, it didn't go that way.
I see. The Rosewater Post reported on the Lamplight City Expo?
It was only the biggest story that year. I still got copies of the article saved. Here, read it for yourself.
The Rosewater Post, Wednesday, June 9th, 1847. Disaster at Lamplight City Expo. The etheric pavilion at the Global Exposition in New Britannia, Kingsland, was the site of a terrifying disaster that claimed 15 lives on Saturday during a demonstration by etheric researcher Dr. Bennett Clark. A device known as an etheric generator malfunctioned and released a burst of energy into the audience, instantly vaporizing 14 attendees and one stage assistant. An eyewitness described the scene for the New Britannia Gazette. The thing started off with a great crackling noise, startling the ladies in attendance and raising several cries of excitement. In the next instant, there was a blinding flash of light. After that was just screams and a horrible burning smell. From where I stood, I could see that a bunch of folks gathered to one side of the apparatus were just gone. All that was left were shoes and hats and things in a pile of ash, and the worst thing was their shadows were still there on the wall behind. Controversial figure in the scientific community, Dr. Clark has championed novel theories on the existence of ethericity, a supposedly inexhaustible source of energy located in the upper atmosphere. An etheric pavilion, an exhibit jointly sponsored by the Kessling Industries, Harmon & Grow, and Eastern Consolidated Coal, was intended to showcase the technology's potential before a global audience. All the public enthusiasm may be somewhat dampened by following the events of last weekend. Dr. Clark was taken in for questioning by authorities, but it remains to be seen whether he or any of his sponsors will be held legally responsible for the lives lost in the accident. Small text isn't very accessible. Yeah, it is very small. It's very small.
Can I keep this?
Frame it if you like.
Any insight you can give me about the town?
It's a far cry from what it used to be. In a way, it's nice not having to hear the noise from the saloon at all hours, but... oh, I don't know. Folk who moved on took some of the charm with them.
What about the folks who stayed behind?
What about him?
I was hoping for more details.
Far as you're concerned, the only person in Rosewater worth knowing right now is Jake Ackerman. If you're so keen to know about the rest, go meet him for yourself.
I'm curious, how did the Rosewater Post get its start?
Well, my dad was a union man. He worked the printing press for the Allied Fall Creek Miners Cooperative. Pamphlets, labour news, that sort of thing. Then the mine owners brought the Blackburns in to bust the whole operation up. My dad was laid up for months and could never work again after. But we still had to eat, didn't we? I took all the equipment from the old shop and started printing up an early version of the Post just to bring a little money in. At first, it was all just community notices and advertisements from local stores. Over time, I got the hang of the whole journalism thing and turned it into a real newspaper.
I don't want to seem ungrateful, but couldn't I write about something else? My style's more observational than, talking to people. I don't know that that's really my strong suit.
We're talking, aren't we? If you want to write for this paper, you're simply going to have to stretch yourself beyond what you might be accustomed to. Besides, it's not as if you have to say anything particularly brilliant. Just get your subject talking and take notes. Finish this assignment and maybe the next one will be more to your liking.
I'd best be on my way.
Right you are. Wait a minute.
What?
It's just come to me. I know why you look familiar. You're Spitfire Harley.
Goodness. It's been a long time since anyone called me that.
I saw you fighting back in 26 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum.
What?
You got a brute twice your size with a right hook. Pow! It was like watching David bring down Goliath.
I appreciate the kind words, but that was another life.
Maybe so, but for a 14-year-old kid fresh off the boat, it was pretty damn inspirational.
Thanks, Joan. Appreciate it.
Of course. And please call me Joni.
Okay.
That's quite a stick.
A memento from my grandfather back in County Donegal. Comes in handy now and again.
I hope fixing that window won't be too expensive.
I may just leave it for a while. I'm enjoying the breeze.
Is this the first edition of the Rosewater Post?
Yep, March 30th, 1845. One of the best days of my life.
You support Leroy?
I'm a proud Labourite, sure. I'll admit he hasn't been my favourite PM. But the way things were going with Atwood and the Tradists, this place would have been swallowed up by an automated newspaper conglomerate. Labour Party gets me vote any day of the week.
Fair enough. The New Britannia Gazette. Keeping tabs on the competition?
Hardly. I kept that issue because they mentioned my paper.
Hey, that's Devil's Tooth. I passed it on the train right here.
Quite a sight,
Hey, this is
isn't
not
it?
America. This is Vespuccia, so things work differently here.
Nice typewriter.
A first. Good old Sheldon Model 4.
Probably not that differently.
Fascinating device.
Isn't it just? To think, I can send messages from here to Bright Bay with the press of a lever.
What will they think of next?
No time to waste gabbing, Leger. Get out there and write.
Okay.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there. Spitfire Harley, writing for my paper. Now don't that just beat all?
Excuse me?
I'd love to chat, Miss Leger, but I'm a bit occupied at the moment.
Don't let me distract you then.
Okay then. Let's pay a visit to the doctor.
Hello again.
I'm gonna... Is that a quick save? Okay.
I'm afraid I haven't the time for idle chit-chat, Miss Leger.
Oh, all right. He doesn't look half bad, all things considered.
No, he was lucky. Once I'm done here and the laudanum wears off, he should be right as rain.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, I wouldn't try talking to him just now, Miss Leger. I gave him a mild narcotic to numb the pain. He'll be out of sorts for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty common-looking leather pouch. The stuff inside isn't of much use to me.
Okay. Let's see if this works now.
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
What was it you said about the...
That's a view. My folks still have a ranch there. Been meaning to pay him a visit.
Got him.
Alright. Alright.
Not the best quality lockpicks, but they'll do in a pinch.
Alright. Nice. Got him! Got the
Hey,
lockpicks,
Sheriff?
I mean.
What can I do you for?
Were you aware that a man was thrown from the window at the Rosewater Post?
Is that right? Who was it?
Never saw him before. Looked New Spanish.
Is he alive?
Yes, he's in Doc Sedgwick's care.
Well, that's good. Sounds like I need to have words with Joni, though.
Can you tell me about Joan Gallagher?
Whew, I've yet to meet anyone with a more fiery temper. My advice is to stay on Joni's good side. You don't want to end up going out the window like that poor bastard.
Is Doc Sedgwick on the up and up, or is he one of those frontier quacks?
Oh, no. Doc Sedgwick's tried and true. Well, he saved the town from a yellow fever epidemic just last year. The doc's pretty much the glue holding this town together. Leastways, that's what he's fond of telling everybody.
You don't agree?
What's the story with Gentleman Jake?
Which one? If even half of them are true, he's a lion among men, a real Western hero. But you can catch his show while he's in town and hear it straight from the source.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
Okay. There's nothing to do here, probably still.
I can pick this type of lock in my sleep, but why would I want to snoop around an abandoned blacksmith shop?
So there are two ways to go in here. We've discovered both of them. One is less subtle than the other, though.
Was your meeting satisfactory, ma'am?
Quite so. Did you find any of those butterscotch sweets I asked for?
Afraid not. Only taffy and some peppermints.
Pity. This place seems to lack even the smallest of pleasures. Shall we?
Myrisa? I don't know, maybe. This may be the guy we need to talk to. I'm gonna take a quick look if this place is accessible at all now.
Locked.
Now let's see if this is accessible this way. Oh no, okay. Alright, let's go talk to the guy.
Excuse me, kid. I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but Mr. Ackerman's not taking any more meetings right now.
I'm here on behalf of the Rosewater Post.
Did you make an appointment?
No, I just got the assignment.
Okay, look, Mr. Ackerman's upstairs getting ready for his show. It starts in less than an hour. Why don't you come by and watch? You can come meet him afterwards.
I just need to interview him for a newspaper article.
Well now, that's perfect. If you're going to write about him, you should definitely see the show. Trust me, he's a real dazzler.
Suppose it beats waiting around here.
Okay.
Gentleman Jake's show will be starting at the theater soon. You won't want to miss a second of it.
But we still gotta do something to
Gentleman
pass the time.
Jake's show.
Okay, there's someone over there.
You again?
Oh, hey, Harmony, was it?
Harley. What in the ether are you doing here?
Oh, you're not still sore about earlier.
You bet your scrawny ass I am.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing our best to get by.
Your brother? And you just strolled away? I ought to knock you into a cocked hat.
Hey, you gotta look out for number one.
You picked the wrong mark, but I can let that go. Hell, with a little effort, you two could be halfway decent grifters. But if there's one thing turns my stomach, it's disloyalty. That's your flesh and blood. If you don't have your own brothers back, who else on this wretched earth is going to give a flip if you're alive or dead?
You made your point. Now can we drop it already? I'm trying to do an actual legitimate job here.
Legitimate job? So you're not selling snake oil or stock tips or fire insurance?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm selling tickets to Gentleman Jake's legendary Wild West show. Only 20 coppers.
I'm not sure if I should trust him.
I'll take one of those tickets.
Swell! And when would you like to come see the show?
Whenever it starts?
Oh, you mean today? Oh, well, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you there. Sold the last of today's tickets not 10 minutes before you walked up.
Seriously?
To whom?
Seriously. This ain't exactly the Coliseum. It only fits so many. And folks around here are real excited to see Gentleman Jake in person.
I don't know if he's playing.
All right, look. I don't need to see some yahoo firing off his pea shooter. I just want to talk to this Jake fellow.
And I'm sure Gentleman Jake would be happy to meet you if you had a ticket to get in. Course, I might be able to sneak you in quiet-like, but I'd be putting my job on the line, and I can't afford to lose it now. After all, I have my little brother to look after.
Just tell me what you want.
Only a small favor.
Spit it out.
Just help me retrieve something. A small item of great personal value. It's only my pa's pocket watch. Family heirloom,
That's
you
such
see.
a lie.
What happened to it?
It was stolen is what? By that one-eyed scalawag Lola Johnson. Probably stashed it
me
away in the
neither,
old
Thor.
smithy. She's been squatting in there for weeks now.
If this Lola stole from you, why not report it to the sheriff?
Oh, come on. I thought you was sharp. That lazy tyrant would cuff my brother and me soon as look at us. It's just the two of us. Me and him against the world. We got no one else to turn to. So, will you help us out?
Where'd your brother get to? Keeping out of trouble?
Matter of fact, he's trying to make good after that screw-up earlier. Decided he's gonna try and get Pa's watch back all by himself. He's real tore up over losing it.
And you're letting him risk his neck again? He'll be collared in no time. Like as not, you'll never see him again.
Oh, I know. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm asking you to do it before he goes and does something stupid.
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
tell you could pull it off. No problem.
He only mentioned his brother because we showed concern for his brother earlier. And his lack of loyalty. So he's bringing that up, hoping that it's gonna convince us. You know, we may not want to help this guy, but we will want to help his brother, he thinks. I agree, Baka. I completely agree. The details, the subtle details are so good. If this were a CRPG, it'd be worth it for the XP, yeah. No, we are not burning anyone alive. I mean, I was looking for an excuse to go into the blacksmith shop anyway. I don't want to help this guy. I don't believe this guy. And I don't want to help him. But I kind of want to go into blacksmith shop. Okay, we have a save.
That kid deserves better than getting strung up for doing your dirty work. Call him off. I'll handle it.
Swell. You know where to find me.
I know he's lying, okay? I don't believe him. But we will do the job anyway. Well, mainly because I was looking for an excuse to go into the blacksmith shop. She needed an excuse, so... Maybe we'll reload, who knows.
This should be easy to pick. Just have to remember that rhyme I taught Bill. Good thing I wrote it down in my journal.
Journal. Warded lock, no key for me, turn the hook freely. Padlocks. Wiggle the key to start the fun, then take the snake for a long, long run. Deadbolts. Tense the key and choose the snake. Look round as you give it a shake. Tumbler locks. The key stays still, the diamond shines, turns up just once, then down 3 times. So this is a padlock, right? It is a padlock. So we gotta wiggle the key to start the fun, then take the snake for a long, long run. Wiggle the key. Is this the key? To start the fun. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Long, long run. Twists right. Twist right. Twist left. Twist left. Twist left. Okay, maybe that's not how it works. Wiggle. Right? Left? Maybe this is not the snake. Remove. Remove. Maybe that's not the key. What is this?
The tension key.
Tension key?
Don't pick locks without it. A hook pick. Good for locks with smaller pins.
Yeah,
A snake
I'm not.
pick. Best type for getting the job done quickly.
I mean, I'm doing what...
A diamond pick. This one's good for simple door locks.
I'm doing what the journal says, though. Wiggle the key to start the fun, then take the snake for a long, long run. Maybe I didn't do it enough. Who knows? Hey, Sang, welcome. How are you today? Alright, wiggle the key, then let's... Run is left, right, maybe. You know, left foot, right foot. Maybe that...
Hellfire, am I losing my touch? Good thing I wrote down the rhyme in my journal before I lost all my wits.
I mean, I'm doing what you're telling me to do, though. Am I misunderstanding? Let's keep twisting right. Is this not a padlock?
I should have this open in no time. It's just like the rhyme. Learned it by heart as a tyke and scribbled it down for posterity. I should have learned...
It is a padlock. Long, long run? Oh, left, right. Long, long run is left, right.
Well,
that's why it's capitalized. Okay. Took me a while. Nice puzzle, though. I liked it.
That could be a good spot to stash something.
Just bashed it with the tile, thinking you could get the lockpicks later. Turns out you cannot. They disappear. Oh, you want the whole game without lockpicks. Very curious to see how this changes. Oh, interesting.
Emptier than that fool Jem's head. The smithy's cold furnace. No watch, just old ash. Maybe the kid's watch is in there. Well now, what have we here? Got what I came for. Best not to stick around.
Oh, we will be sticking around. No, 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 no. I don't. Come on. I don't. There are other places to look at. What?
Fancy. Too bad there doesn't seem to be a pawn shop in town.
Yeah, I agree, Pi. I really like it as well. Alright, let's give it to this dude.
Here's your watch back.
It's not even his watch.
You actually got it?
They didn't used to call me Housebreaker Harley for nothing.
Hey, I'm impressed.
Anyways, that's my part of the bargain held up. You gonna let me in now?
Sure, go on. Oh, and thanks. I know we've had our tiffs, but I really do appreciate you getting this for me. My dear departed pa can rest easy again knowing his watch is back where it belongs.
That's not your watch at all, is it?
Well, it is now.
Kid, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to tell the time on that thing is by squatting over a mirror. You get me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's such a good line.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills? Are you ready for some excitement? Are you ready for some fun? Then without further ado, now present the star of our show, the last man standing at the Bleachbone World Showdown. The only man to defeat bastard Billy Boakes in a duel. The man who discovered a gentleman, then gifted it to an orphanage. Gentleman Jake Ackerman!
Yahoo! Thank you, Charlie, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gentleman Jake's Wild West. We got a heck of a performance for you today, but first, allow me to introduce my brave and loyal assistant, Danny Luo. Now let's get this show on the road. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you rope a steer. Keep it going, Danny. Maybe you'll lasso yourself one someday.
The sun beat down upon me as the viewers stood and stared. But Billy Boakes had never fought somebody so prepared. Jake drew his gun, and bang! The bastard crashed down with a thud. The legendary foe lay dead, defeated, in the mud.
And now for a most challenging proposition, perhaps the greatest feat of marksmanship to which a man can set his sights. You see those 5 juggling balls that Charlie keeps whirling aloft in such a dizzying display? Ladies and gentlemen, affix your eyes on that green ball in particular, and do not dare blink. For with but a single bullet, I will pluck it from the very air. And that ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Thank you all so much. You've been a truly magnanimous, magnificent, and majestic audience.
And you can take home a piece of the legend.
I wonder
Come
why
on down to the Jack of Diamonds to get an autograph or a souvenir ferrotype. We'll be there until last call. Stop by and shake hands with Gentleman Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
All right, let's see. That was nice.
I think we already found that clue.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Jake, I need that money tonight.
You knew the deal going in, Charlie. There's nothing I can do about it.
We'll see about that.
Hope I'm not interrupting, gentlemen.
My friend here was just saying his farewells. Weren't you, Charlie? Please do pardon that unpleasant display. What can I do for you, my dear?
Name's Harley Leger.
My dear.
I'd like to interview you for the Rosewater Post.
Well, shucks, it would be my pleasure, Miss Leger. Shall we go upstairs to my room? Beats standing out here in the dust.
Lead on.
Miss Leger, permit me to introduce my associate, Danny Luo.
We've met, actually. Not formally, I suppose. Nice to properly make your acquaintance, Miss Leger.
Likewise, Mr. Luo.
Please, you can call me Danny. Everybody does.
So what did you think of the show? Pretty spectacular, huh?
Yes, that's definitely the word for it.
I'm glad you think so. Shall we proceed with the interview?
Right.
Okay. So we want to puff him up like it's a puff piece, right? So
You're clearly a man of great deeds. Which would you say has been your greatest?
I value all my accomplishments equally, Miss Leger. To single any one out would diminish the others. I couldn't bring myself to do that.
What a noble sentiment.
I like to think so.
Is there anything that frightens the mighty gentleman Jake?
You know, somebody once told me, fear is only as deep as the mind allows. When you deal with the type of folks out on the frontier that I do, marauders, bandits, desperados, your fears have got to be shallow. Otherwise, you won't last 2 seconds.
How did you come to pick Rosewater as your latest venue?
Simple. Plenty of folk in this town are looking for a good show. I ain't so hoity-toity as to think El Presidio or Los Virgenes are the only places worth visiting. After spending all day bent double over a pan in a creek or working his keister off down in a mine, a man is entitled to some amusement, wouldn't you say?
What's something nobody knows about you? Give me something juicy.
I'm something of an open book, Miss Leger. Keeping secrets ain't really my modus operandi.
Come on, everyone's got secrets.
Oh, I think you'll find I'm not like most folk.
Hey, Jake, don't you have an appointment with Miss Sally this evening?
Damn, you're right. Sorry to cut things short, Miss Leger. I've got another engagement I need to prepare for.
I should have plenty for my article. I appreciate your time.
Well, I look forward to reading your story in the next edition. Danny, see the lady out, would you?
Oh, you got
Good
trouble.
meeting you, Danny. Guess I'll see you around. Not to worry, gents. Jake's all yours. Hey, you were in the show. Nice juggling.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake, get your ass out here right now, you four-flusher.
Okay.
Now, what's all the ruckus?
Don't play the fool with me, Ackerman. You know damn well why I'm here. You might think you can give me a runaround, but I wonder if my friends here won't convince you to pay up.
Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Didn't anybody ever tell you only cowards get others to solve their problems for them?
You slum-guzzling bastard. I'm gonna fix that wobbling jaw of yours.
Come on up here, then.
You sure you won't reconsider, Charlie?
Shut the hell up and get out of my way. McGuire, take care of the kid. Let's dance, cowboy. I suggest you clear out while you can, little lady. This
Little lady?
ugly.
I used to be a
Where I'm
boxing
standing,
champion.
It's pretty damn ugly already.
Whoa, okay.
Hey!
So that's how you want it, huh? Fine. I'll let the boss deal with you when he's done.
Okay.
We can do this all day.
You're in my way, you lummox.
And that's where I'm staying.
I just want to go out.
Food delivery for the lazy.
Ooh-wee!
You're in my way.
And that...
Can we pull him over this way? Oh, there's a bottle here.
Give him a new face. Hey, don't start any trouble, lady.
Okay.
Huh. Bollingworth Ale. Didn't know they got that out here.
Hey, don't start any trouble, lady.
Hey, so, okay.
Whoopsie daisy.
Hey, nice one.
Not the most honorable way of winning a fight, but these boys were hardly playing fair.
Hey, Charlie. Looks like your guys weren't as tough as you hoped.
Whoo-wee! That got the old blood pumping.
You've got some interesting associates, Mr. Ackerman. If you'll excuse me, I have an article to write.
Hang on just a minute. I'd be a fool to just let you walk away after that performance. Come on back up here. I've got a business proposition that,
Is he gonna
may
hire us as a
interest you.
bodyguard
What
or
about
something?
Miss Sally?
Oh, she can wait. All right, Miss Legere, I won't beat around the bush. Danny and I are looking to get some folks together for a job, and I think you'd make a damn fine addition to the team.
What sort of job?
Ever hear of Dr. Bennett Clark?
No, I don't think I have.
He was the lead scientist researching that ethericity stuff. Before the ban, that is. Dr. Clark moved out here not long after the big disaster back in Lamplight City. He kept up his research, even did some demonstrations at the Opera House. Till one day, he just up and vanished. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him in nearly a year.
And you want to go looking for him?
Oh, I want to go looking all right. The thing is, we're going in search of Dr. Clark's fortune.
Come again?
The feller was loaded. Somehow he managed to talk a bunch of big money investors from back east into financing his research. All those gizmos and doodads don't come cheap, you know? We find his stash, we'll all be rolling in it for years to come.
Stash? What stash? Surely it's all just numbers on a ledger somewhere.
Nope, I'm telling you, he kept his assets in cold, hard cash.
So you're looking to rob a man blind just because nobody knows where he is?
Now, nothing so uncouth as that. Picture this, a swashbuckling pirate captain, his vessel freighted with treasure. The vast fleets of law and order circling him, closing in. He digs a hole in the sands of some sun-kissed tropical beach to conceal his ill-gotten loot and makes himself scarce. Circumstance conspires to deprive him of the opportunity to return. Now, is the brave treasure hunter who seeks and unearths the bounty guilty of robbery? Or is he just returning to the world what would otherwise lie forgotten and worthless? See, we're not after Clark's personal wealth. The money in question was meant to bankroll his etheric research. Since that's been outlawed, he can't touch it. And it's a drop in the ocean for the investors. They'll never miss it.
He has a point.
How many folks are you planning on bringing into this?
That depends on what we find. But I promise you, we'll all get a fair split. Enough to make it all worthwhile.
What's your plan?
Clark had a lab nearby, a couple miles outside of town. Last place anybody saw him. We poke around there, retrace his steps, and it should lead us straight to the loot.
Uh-huh.
Now, call me crazy, but I get the impression you're not entirely convinced.
Well, it sounds too simple, doesn't it?
Truth be told, I'm not. Assuming this fortune even exists, which it probably doesn't, how do I know you won't just leave me for dead and take it all for yourself?
I admit we're asking you to put a lot of faith in us. Hell, I'd probably be just as incredulous were I in your position.
Mr. Ackerman's a good man, Miss Leger. He's never led me astray in all the time I've known him.
I appreciate it, Danny, but I think Miss Leger's gonna need a little more than just your word. Look, I've known quite a few moneyed folk in my time. They all got one thing in common. You know what that is?
They couldn't give a rat's ass about folks like you and me?
I admit I cannot emphatically contradict you there, but not what I meant.
So what do they have in common?
They're good at keeping their money safe. Clark's cash is out there. I just know it. As far as your safety, you just took out a couple of brutes twice our size. It's plain to see you can take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good with my pistols, and Mr. Ackerman can talk his way out of anything. But we could use somebody who's good in a fight.
Besides, stick around old Jake long enough and you'll have enough material to write a whole book. Forget a measly little write-up in
So
the
we got the
local
face
rag.
rub, we got the
I'm
ranger,
offering you
and
a
we are
front
going in
row
as a
seat
fighter.
to a much better show. So, what do you say?
All right, Mr. Ackerman. I'm in, but try anything funny, and I walk.
Understood.
You won't regret this, Miss Leger.
We'll set out for the lab at daybreak. And please, call me Jake.
Dr. Clark's laboratory is a short hike from Rosewater. After getting run out of Lamplight City, this is where he went to ground. A secluded desert facility where he could get up to who knows what.
ads, I think.
Jake, Danny, and I head there at first light to see what secrets he left behind.
Quite a sight, ain't it?
I'll say. What the hell was Clark doing out here?
That's a question for minds greater
So what
than
happened to our
ours,
job
Miss
at the
Leger.
newspaper? Okay, so we have 20 crowns. Dr. Glass Laboratory is a short hike from Rosewater. It's also the last place he was ever seen. Jake, Danny, and I head there at the first light to see what secrets he left behind. Okay. Oh, we still have the lockpicks, that's nice. And we have the newspaper and the letter. Alright. So this looks like a good place to take a little pause. I'm gonna be taking a little break, like 5 minutes or so. The view reminds you of Full Throttle. It does, yeah, you're right. You're right, now that you say it. It has a similar feeling. Yeah. I should be back in a few minutes and we're gonna continue. I'm gonna run the ads. As usual, I appreciate your patience with the ads and the break. And I'll see you soon. Be right back. Choo choo. Choo choo.
Immortal or something. Most people in town they call him a witch.
What is the
But I
official
don't
world
believe all their
record
talk.
for... Shut up,
I'd like to
Mitchell.
speak
Shut up.
about
The oldest
I
age,
understand
you know,
he
the
used to live in
recorded
my
age.
house as
Shut
a
up.
child. With
I cannot
Carnell.
120 something, maybe 130 something.
That's true, he did.
But there are people who
doubt if you can talk to
argue
him.
without any
Stop
official
talking.
records to be much older than
Very
that.
private.
Curtis 111?
I'd like to try.
No, no,
I have a lot to
I
ask
don't
him.
mean still alive.
No wonder you're a good writer. You have a
But
lot
oldest
of
to have
natural
ever lived.
inquisitiveness.
122. That's I thought something like that. But I think there are people who argue to be who claim to be over 140. This is useless. I cannot hear anything because of that streamer dude. You're not talking with me. It's complicated, Gigi. I'm sorry. Oh, I think we are getting close. Oh no, dog meat. You are now just meat.
Just roosted AO.
As I find you.
Bay Castle's just roosted SRDF.
Some taffer's broken in.
Bay
Looks
Castle's
real
just
mean.
roosted SRH.
Are you okay?
I'll turn you up soon.
Oh, I love it so much. That's exactly what I hoped would happen.
Come on,
Come here. Come here. You can't run away forever. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Come here.
Put the weapon down. Put the weapon down.
Hey.
Same old story. Very clever.
What? What? No, I was looking at chat. I was looking at the chat. How are you alive?
He's had enough.
You're very probably
There you go. That's what you get.
There was a time when things would have gone very different.
Honey would be her. I don't care. He's dead. Can I do this? Nope. I can't do this. You didn't see that.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think you got this. I think you got this. I think you got this. We got it, chat. We got it, everybody. We got it, save animators. Hi.
Again.
Don't ask me what I'm doing. Yeah, good to continue. See, we are fine. I told you we were fine. Ah, this is so awkward. It's still as awkward as the first time. Like Madonna said, like a virgin, toast for the very first time. That was perfectly timed. That was perfectly timed. How did you manage that? Are we going to swing on the rope like opposing force this time for real? VR actually. No, this is not a rope. This is not a rope. It was a barnacle. No. Baited.
Side for you. For you! For you!
Okay. Nothing here. Then that means we are taking this road. Let's call the horse. Come on, Pebbles. Hey, yeah. Who put the house there? We can do that. I'm back. I made a mistake. After snoozing the ads, I forgot to start them as I was taking the break. So when I came back from the break, the ads were just starting. I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Thazen. Thank you. I'm sorry, so we had to take a longer break, but the ads are about to be over. I think I can go ahead and do the few boosts that I have here before they are over. So sorry about the longer break. I didn't mean it to be 10 minutes. Would have been good. Thanks for the boosts, Becca. Thank you. Well, the ads should be over now. In a few seconds, and we can continue. Alright, let's continue. Thanks for sticking around through the ads there, but I'm sorry for the longer than usual break. But yeah, we are back now. Alright, so we can go this way, we can go this way, we can talk to these two. Let's take a look at this first.
Now there's something you don't see every day.
Oh, you can say that again.
Where's Mitchell looking at Mitchell playing Phantasmagoria? So, it's funny. That I thought that I missed something during that dialogue that would be helpful in solving a puzzle that I was stuck at. So I went back to my WOD trying to hear that dialogue again, but it turns out, you know, the reason in the first place for not hearing what the dialogue was that I was talking to the chat at that point and I wasn't paying attention. So I went back and I noticed that I could still not hear what was going on in the dialogue because I was just talking over it. And I was trying to understand and I was getting angry at myself just talking over it. That's what the clip is about. I was talking about, I think, people who, you know, according to Guinness World of Records and outside of Guinness World of Records, the people who lived the longest, like what age they lived up to, stuff like that. Anyway, let's talk to this dude first.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
I want to know something about you, Danny.
Blah, 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 okay.
blah,
Like what?
You and Jake known each other long?
Gosh, that's a good question. I guess it's been about 2 years?
Sounds about right.
Time goes by quick when you travel around as much as we do.
How did you two meet up, anyway?
Oh, Jake tells the story much better than I do. Ask him.
What did you do before becoming Jake's assistant?
Oh, nothing glamorous. I was a stable hand in Quick Point. Life with Gentleman Jake is certainly more, lively.
Just how old are you, anyway?
I'll be 21 this winter, but I can handle myself just fine if that's what you're worried about.
True enough. Danny's more experienced than some folk twice his age. You'd be a fool to underestimate him.
Have you got any family?
Sure. My parents and older brother live on the coast, near El Presidio. I write them every month. I haven't seen them in a dog's age, though. But Jake's been like family to me, really.
We should get a move on.
Okay.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
I've got some more questions about you.
I'm always happy to answer.
How'd you and Danny get together?
I was packing up after a run of shows in Quick Point, having a hard time of it. You see, my assistant had up and left a few days prior, so I was flying solo.
Your assistant left? Why?
The showman's life ain't for everybody. I don't fault him for it. Anyhow, Danny comes up and offers to help with the crates. You should have seen him. Eyes wide, hands shaking, downright charming. So Danny gives me a hand and we get to talking. Turns out he's got experience roping and shooting. He even gave me a demonstration. I offered him the job as my assistant on the spot. The rest, as they say, is history.
Would you care to recount some of your previous adventures?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid now just ain't the time. Soon as we have a respite, I'll be glad to regale you.
I'm impressed, Miss Leger. Never thought I'd live to see the day Jake refused to tell his story.
Just how did you come to learn about Clark's money?
Not long ago, I got to talking with a feller at the saloon. The whiskey had loosened his lips and he blabbed all about the success of his Orem claim. But then he told me about how he'd invested most of that Orem in Clark's research and how he wasn't the only one.
And you're certain these investors won't be wanting their money back?
Can't speak for the rest, but this feller won't. See, his aforementioned loose lips got him into trouble with some other folk. Poor bastard was shot dead in the street.
I see. Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Can we even go to these scenes?
Miss Leger? I'm sure I needn't remind you that our priority is getting into that lab. Plenty of time for exploring once we finished here.
The other side should be the same, but I'm gonna try anyway.
Hey, wait! Where you going? What about the lab?
Right. First things first.
Okay. Alright.
Guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that the front door is not wide open for us.
I got lockpicks. We should be fine.
That's a serious-looking lock.
Way too complicated for these lockpicks.
Okay, that's not gonna
So,
work.
how are we supposed to get in?
Know if there are any locksmiths in town?
I'd prefer if we handled this ourselves. My old pal Captain Stokes is stationed nearby at Fort Beaumont. He owes me a favor, or two.
Maybe he could give us some high-powered equipment to get inside.
You read my mind, Danny boy.
Bad dad joke incoming.
Wouldn't do any harm to take a look around out here first,
what brand
though.
of shampoo they were using. 12 replied fuck off and 3 said get out.
Bye. Thank you for the bad joke and 100 bits. Thank you.
Dr. Clark really liked his sarsaparilla. There must be at least 30 empty bottles in these crates.
I once drank 10 bottles of sarsaparilla for a bet.
It is on rails so far.
Did you win?
Well, yes, and no.
Doing some tidying, are we?
We might find some use for these. Come help me. I can't carry them all myself.
Hey, I ain't gonna start belly aching if you want to go around collecting refuse. Might fetch us a few shillings if we sell them back at the Jack of Diamonds.
There you go. And some for you.
Thanks.
Alright, we got bottles.
Empty sarsaparilla bottles. Must take ages for any correspondence to get out here.
Probably beats having to hike into town,
It's
though.
not sunset, though.
Looks like Clark missed his last mail delivery.
Nick Winter.
Seems to be from another scientist.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. a turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersoul. P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is destined for the scrapyard.
TT-180.
The good doctor was pretty self-sufficient out here. Wonder if Dr. Clark boarded these up himself. Locked up tight.
Whoever closed this place up really didn't want anybody getting in.
This is one of the sturdiest locks I've ever seen.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stockpile might have something that could help.
Yeah. But, I mean, we were told it's not gonna work, but let's try it anyway.
No use. This lock is way too complicated.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stock...
Okay.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Got any of your own ideas on how we might get into the lab?
Well, I think Jake has the right idea. We should ask for help at the fort.
We should get a move on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Have you had any new ideas for getting inside the lab?
Not a one, unfortunately.
Could you
I believe asking at the fort is our best hope.
Move a bit?
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Okay, so... we go back. Find this fort. Oh, there's a guy here now.
What are you doing? This is no place for sightseers.
What in the ether are you talking about?
Such disrespect. You toy with forces you do not understand.
The lady asked you a question, sir.
Heed my warning. Stay away from this place. Its mysteries are not for you.
Hey, wait!
You dropped your silly hat.
You forgot your... hat?
What was that all about?
Good question.
Is that a tinfoil hat?
Tinfoil.
It is
Why
tinfoil.
was that man wearing it as a hat? This isn't really my style.
Oh, it's great though. Keep it on.
This isn't really my
Oh,
style.
come on. Don't do a spoil sport.
Appreciate it, but I've already got a hat.
No thanks.
Okay. Now let's go this way.
No sign of that odd bearded fellow. I wonder where he scampered off to.
I reckon we got ourselves bigger fish to fry right now, Miss Leger.
Just out of curiosity, what happens if I leave the scene through here? We should be put on probably the same overland map, right? And it is even more full throttle looking now with this kind of view, isn't it?
Hey, look, a show!
What a racket.
She's pretty good, though.
That thing has seen some action.
Bye.
Nobody in sight, but I'm sure there are guards somewhere. Sturdy.
Caramba!
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Who do you suppose that odd bearded fellow was?
I don't know, but I hope we don't run into him again. He gave me a strange feeling.
We should get... Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
This guy always looks at Danny when we are talking to Danny as if he's... I don't know, either overly protective or is worried that Danny's gonna say something wrong. Like, tries to keep him in check. There's something. But he always keeps an eye when we're interacting with Danny. And Danny himself doesn't really want to interact with us, personally. He tries to deflect us to him.
Any idea who that odd fellow with the beard was?
Not a clue. Sure seemed a few cows short of a herd, didn't he?
I'll say. Let's hope he doesn't cause us any trouble. Enough jabber. Let's push on. Excuse me? I said, excuse me. Hey!
Caramba, you made me miss. What do you want?
Do you know anything about the laboratory just over yonder?
That abandoned wreck is a laboratory?
It was at some point.
Clearly you know more about it than I do.
Who are you, and what are you doing out here?
I am Marisol de la Vega, Lieutenant General of the Constitutional Army of New Spain. My compadre is Corporal Eugenio Garcia.
Pleasure. I'm Harley Leger, and these are my associates Jake Ackerman and Danny Luo.
Good to meet you.
So
In answer to your second question, Eugenio and I are practicing our shooting while we wait for our jefe to conclude his business.
Who did you say you were waiting for?
Our leader, General Filomeno Marquez. Surely you've heard of him.
Afraid not.
Híjole, it really is true. Vespuccians don't pay attention to anything unless it happens right in front of their faces. You do not know of the new Spanish Revolution?
Should I?
Ugh.
Should I? Viva la revolución.
What about this revolution, then?
I do not have the time or the desire to explain the particulars of our struggle to you. Pick up a non-imperialist periodical if you can find one, and you might learn something.
That's all for now. Happy shooting.
Thanks, gringa.
We should find General Salvador Ramones.
Híjole!
Hey, anybody in there?
What is it?
Would you happen to know anything about the lab just over that way?
No, and quite frankly, I don't care to.
That's not Spanish accent. That's like Western Vespuccian accent.
What do you all get up to in this place?
I'm really not at liberty to say, ma'am.
We'd like to come in, please.
More unannounced visitors? Must be my lucky day. What country exiled you?
None. We just want to speak with Captain Stokes.
Afraid he's indisposed.
Why don't you tell Stokes that Jake Ackerman needs a word?
Gentleman Jake?
At your service.
We're not in the market for entertainment. It's like I said. Oh, dad blasted. Would you knock it off with the shooting already? I can't hear myself think!
You call yourself a soldier when the sound of gunfire sets you quivering like a coward? Pathetic.
Look, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be asking to see Captain Stokes if it wasn't important.
I opened the gate for the last person who said that to me today. And what did I get as a reward? His 2 cronies raising hell for the past hour. No, ma'am, not again.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
Okay. FBI,
No
open
handles.
the door.
Must only open from the inside. Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
How can we get into the fort?
The guard seems upset about all the noise. Maybe he'll warm to us if we can figure out some way to take care of it.
We should get a move on.
Okay.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
How are we supposed to get into the fort?
Good question. I figured it'd be a breeze, but the guard's ornery as a mama bear with a sore teat. We need to figure out how to get on his good side.
Enough jabber. Let's
talk.
Hey!
I have an idea.
You again? What is it now?
Say, do you think you could practice your shooting somewhere else?
Why?
The fort guard isn't happy about the noise.
Well, then maybe he should choose another profession.
You're pretty good, but I bet I can beat you at shooting.
I am the best shot in New Spain.
Care to prove it?
Gladly. But a large stationary target such as this is not
And that's why
suitable
the
for a
sarsaparilla bottle's
contest.
coming.
If you wish to challenge me, find some moving targets.
Can we use these bottles as targets?
Indeed, we can. Very well. Prepare to be humiliated.
Say, Jake, could you give us a hand?
My pleasure.
How many bottles are there?
About 30.
Then we will each shoot at 5. Whoever breaks the most wins.
Sounds fair.
I am feeling
I should have saved,
generous
I think.
this morning. Would you like the opportunity to practice first?
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Very well.
Ready with those bottles, Jake?
Yep, get ready. Set. Bottle in the air.
Pure luck.
Bottle in the air. Incoming.
Whoa. I changed the window
I'll get
side.
the
Oh
next
no,
one.
I'm moving the
Incoming.
window.
Nice shot.
Accidentally.
Here we go.
Pure luck. Let us hope you improve very quickly. All right,
Move
for
the
real
windows
this
twice.
Ready, set. Here we go.
Okay.
Pure luck.
Incoming.
Well, I'll be.
Bottle in the air.
Well, I'll be.
Here we go.
Oh
You
no.
missed.
Here we go.
Pure luck. My turn.
Pure
Incoming.
Pazak.
Caramba.
Bottle in the air.
Take that.
Incoming.
Dale.
Incoming.
Pure Pazak.
Dale.
Here we go.
Híjole.
Hey, we won.
You beat me? Don't believe this. Beaten by a pinche gringa pendeja.
What?
Eugenio, vámonos de aquí.
Nothing worse than a
65.
sore loser.
That was some great shooting, Miss Leger.
Thanks. She was a tough one.
But you were tougher. Well played.
We won. I bet I could get 5 out of 5 if I tried a few times. I wonder if there's an
I love
achievement
you,
for it.
cheese.
If you fail 3 times,
Hey,
it cuts you off.
guard.
You have to bribe her. Ah.
What is it?
Sure is a nice, peaceful morning, isn't it?
What happened to those cacophonous varmints?
They took their business elsewhere. Now, would you be so kind as to let us in?
So long as you promise to keep it down.
Deal.
Well now, what have we here?
I appreciate your hospitality, Captain, but I must admit I am perplexed by the change in your position.
It's not my position, General Marquez. It's the position of the government of the Commonwealth of Vespuccia. I have some discretion in the execution of my orders, but I'm sure you can appreciate that there's a chain of command.
I am, of course, most grateful for the aid you have rendered in the past. I am sure that your recommendations carry weight with your superiors. If you would be willing to lend your influence in support of our cause.
Perhaps we can speak of this at another time, Mr. Marquez. As I said, I have other concerns to deal with.
Of course. I look forward to our next meeting.
Captain Stokes, you're a difficult man to see.
Ackerman, how the hell are you?
Leave this to me. I'll have Stokes eaten from the palm of my hand.
Good day, Captain. Madam, just a moment. I have seen you before.
That's right. I'm glad to see you on your feet again.
Oh, this is
that was
that
a nasty
guy.
tumble you had.
Of course. The newspaper office. I owe you my thanks.
Happy to help.
What's your name, anyway?
Harley Leger. This is Danny Luo, and over there is Jake Ackerman.
Sir?
I am General Filomeno Marquez. Though Filomeno seems to be difficult for you Vespuccians, so you may call me Phil.
Phil it is. Good to meet you.
And you? What brings you to the fort?
You know what? Let's keep being open and honest about pretty much everything. We have been like that so far, so why not?
We're looking for help getting into the abandoned lab back there.
And why might that old ruin interest you, eh?
We were thinking it might make a nice hotel. Just need to spruce it up a bit. Then we can charge folks for rustic desert stays.
A Vespuccian with a sense of humor. I suppose stranger things have happened. In any case, there may be something in there to interest me as well.
Huh.
In fact, I could get the laboratory open so we could both go in, if Stokes were not so stingy with his munitions.
How do you mean?
My specialty is demolitions and explosives.
Ooh.
I just do not have any on hand right now. I thought perhaps the captain might once again be willing to assist a fellow warrior in a righteous cause, but...
It's like I told Mr. Marquez, my hands are tied. Much as I'd like to help, I've got enough to worry about with my men missing. In fact, I was just heading out to search, so if you'll excuse me.
Hold your horses, Captain. How about we come with? I'm sure you could use the extra eyes.
It's mighty kind of you, Ackerman. Can't promise it'll be safe, though. We'll be going near native territory.
Come on, Stokes. You forget who you're talking to? I laugh in the face of danger. We'll ride with you.
Your friend is quite the braggadocio, no?
Yeah.
That he is, and he doesn't ever seem to let up.
You're all in, then?
Apparently so.
I will accompany you as well.
Sorry, who are you?
Y'all can get acquainted on the trail. Let's get going. Sun's almost up.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all coming out with me. Strength in numbers and all that.
Our pleasure, Captain.
Exactly who is it you're looking for?
My first lieutenant, John Mulberry.
So when did your man go missing?
He left leading the patrol last evening and they never returned. I just hope the natives didn't get him. Things have been a bit
Look at that beautiful
tense of late.
multiple layer parallax.
On the subject of missing people, did you ever cross paths with Dr. Bennett Clark?
The mad doctor? No, ma'am. My man and I steered clear of him. Used to be we'd see strange lights and hear weird noises coming from his lab. Don't know what he was up to out there, but it weren't natural.
You been stationed at Fort Beaumont long?
Nearly 4 years now. For the most part, it's a fairly quiet post. Of course, Rosewater's nearby and usually good for a diversion.
On that note, I'd be honored to have you at my show, Captain.
Ah, yes. Soon enough, Ackerman.
What makes you believe the natives are behind Mulberry's disappearance?
Our patrol perimeter goes close to their village. Wouldn't be the first time we've come to blows over boundaries. They fall back once they see our superior firepower. Thankfully, they haven't got guns, but they've been getting mighty bold lately.
So you're saying they've gotten aggressive when you've gone near their land? Sounds to me like they're just defending themselves.
Listen, Legere, with all due respect, you've no idea what you're talking about. We've already given these folks an inch, but they have taken a mile. The government's tried appeasing them with treaties and such, but those ain't worth the paper they're written on. You'd sooner reason with a coyote.
Well, I think...
Engines!
So far, we have been stymied in our efforts to search Clark's laboratory. Captain Stokes let out a search patrol, and he let all us supplicants tag along. But it wasn't enough to deter the native war party that ambushed us.
Oh, we got
Stokes
captured?
slipped the trap laid for him, leaving us four to stand in his stead. Now we await intelligence of our captors and some sign of our fate.
Well, isn't this a fine turn of events?
Okay, interesting. Interesting. Stuff is happening.
Must be for storage.
I mean, I have my tinfoil hats. More importantly, the lockpicks, though.
Must be for storage. Completely empty. Wonder what they use these for.
Head catchers would be my guess.
Hey, so funny.
It was not meant to be.
Empty.
For now.
For now.
This basket's full of soap.
And at least we can keep clean.
Uh-huh. Except there is no water in here.
Then let's hope we can get out of here soon.
Smells like lye.
All
a block
lies.
of soap. Now, if only I had some water. I suppose all of these were made here. Quite a collection. It's quite ornate. Brightens the place up, I suppose.
It is noble to find beauty in dark moments, but perhaps not so very useful.
Dried corn. At least we won't starve.
If that's all there is, starving might be preferable.
What's wrong with corn?
Dried corn.
If that's...
Well, I've never eaten uncooked dried corn. I'd assume it's not very
Hey,
tasty.
Jake?
Miss Legere?
How are you doing, Jake?
Been better, but you're a peach for asking. I'm just trying to come up with a way to get us out of here.
Surely a fellow of daring do like yourself has been in a predicament like this before?
More times than I can count.
How do you manage to get free?
Well, you gotta understand, every situation's different. Easiest way's usually bribing a guard, but sometimes you gotta get creative. Well, this one time But no, that wouldn't work here.
Why not?
'Cause I'd need a few things, and coming by them in here will be next to impossible.
If you've got a plan, it's at least worth trying.
I reckon you're right. Main thing I need is something pliable, like wax or soft wood.
So?
Then something sharp to shape it with, and finally some shiny material. Metallic looking would be best. Find me those things, and we might be in business.
Did you manage to see what became of Captain Stokes?
No, I was a mite preoccupied. But I'm inclined to take the fact that he's not in here with us as a favorable sign.
Could you remind me what...
Sure. Something pliable like wax or soft wood.
Okay.
Something sharp I can use for shaping.
Right.
Something shiny, preferably metal-like.
What is he trying to do? So he's gonna shape the soap into something? Why does he want something shiny?
I'll leave you to your thoughts. Hey, Danny?
What is it?
Relax, Danny. It'll be okay.
You think so?
Sure. If these folks meant us any harm, they wouldn't have bothered capturing us.
I didn't think of it that way. I sure hope you're right.
Got anything that might work for Jake's plan?
Sorry, Miss Legere. I haven't got anything.
Were you able to see how Captain Stokes fared?
I lost sight of him when I got knocked off my horse.
Well, something
Sure hope he
shiny
made
could be
it,
the
though.
tinfoil hat, I suppose. Metallic and shiny.
You and Jake must have gotten into scrapes like this before, right?
Well, I have, yes. Although it was before I met Jake. But is this really the time for stories?
Fair enough. Perhaps another time. Got any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
They took my guns, so not really.
Hey, Dan.
Miss Legere.
Phil?
Eh?
I never imagined volunteering for a search party would include free accommodation.
I must say, of everyone I have shared a jail cell with, you have the liveliest sense of humor.
You heard Jake's plan. Got anything that might fit the bill?
I do not believe so.
Did you see what became of Captain Stokes?
Yes, though I wish I had not. Pinche cobarde.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
He turned and ran, took his men and abandoned us. To think I held him as a man of honor. Bastardo!
Ah, we got our
Easy
sharp
there,
object.
Phil.
Forgive me, but I cannot abide a deserter.
It takes a low sort to abandon someone who's counting on you. Got any suggestions for how we might get out of here?
Not just yet. I want to see how things play out.
What do you mean?
Something about this does not feel right. We know very little of our captors. I cannot
It's a
devise
three-stream
anything
streak by
until that
Ray.
changes.
How are you, Ray? Good to see you. Happy Tuesday.
So, this isn't the first time you've been locked up?
Certainly not. At least these people seem more hospitable to their
doing well, having a
prisoners
good
than the
time
Spanish.
with Rosewater
I'll just
today.
be over here.
How are you, Ray? Alright, so we probably have all we need, but I'm not 100% sure tinfoil hat
Is
will
this
work.
pliable enough for you?
This'll do nicely.
Will this work for what you need?
Shiny and metallic. Perfect.
This sharp enough for you?
It'll do, it'll do. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You got everything.
Sure did. Now, will you tell me about this plan of yours?
I'm bluffing our way out of here. Give me a few minutes and you'll see what I mean.
I wonder what he wants to do, though. I couldn't figure that part out. Is he making like fake coins or
Voila.
something? Oh, he made a gun? I mean, something that looks like a gun.
You carved a gun out of soap and wrapped it in tinfoil?
That's right.
Didn't see that coming.
It's certainly creative, I'll give you that.
Necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. Anyhow, soon as somebody comes in, I'll draw this and catch him off guard. You knock him out in the confusion, then we make our escape.
It's not too bad.
And you
Oh,
have
it's not
confidence this will work?
These folk don't know firearms, they can't tell the difference.
But, what if...
Hello in there? I'm coming inside.
Well, ain't this fortuitous?
But I see what you mean, yeah. Is he going to take that woman hostage?
Greetings. I'm Nadine. I've come to...
Hands up!
Is that a fake gun?
Yes?
Don't mind my friend here. Nadine, was it?
Yes, Nadine Redbird.
Harley Leger. Wait a minute. Weren't you Doc Sedgwick's apprentice?
That's right. You know him?
We spoke briefly, and he took care of Phil over there.
That's good. I do miss working with him.
Does that mean this is a medical call?
The chief sent me to make sure none of you were hurt. She also wants to speak with whoever's in charge of your group.
That would be me.
All due respect, sir, but after that little trick you just pulled, you're out of the running.
I'll go then.
All right, come with me.
True. Yeah. Hey, Jettlers, welcome.
I bring you Miss Harley
Leger,
Leger,
it wasn't my
representing the
brothers and it
captives.
wasn't my
Thank
gods.
you, Nadine. You may return and tend to the others.
I will.
Enter
Jot
and be
Eilers just
welcome.
boosted Wasteland. Jot Eilers just boosted Chrono Cross.
You may call me
Jot Eilers
Chief
just
Lutzi.
boosted Mutant Year
I am
Zero.
responsible for the people of this village.
Pleasure's all mine.
You have violated the borders of the Autumn Nation, duly established by recognized treaty with your government. Miss Leger, why are you here?
Captain Stokes is missing some troops, and we were helping in the search.
You serve Stokes. Curious, you do not dress like a soldier.
We have nothing to do with the fort.
Who are you then?
I'm a journalist for the Rosewater Post. My companions and I are researching Dr. Bennett Clark. We only came to Stokes to ask for help getting inside the abandoned laboratory on the other side of the valley. Thought maybe you could spare some dynamite or something. But first we had to ride with him to find First Lieutenant Mulberry and his missing men.
I see. What did he tell you of us?
Let's just say he didn't paint a very pretty picture.
Unsurprising. Do you share his opinion?
Well, you haven't killed me yet, so I'd like to take that as a good sign.
The Autumn mean you no harm, Miss Leger. However, for months, the fort soldiers have routinely violated our borders and harassed our people. Just last night, a band of them came, led by this man, Mulberry. They attacked us in our fields and set fire to our crops.
Were there any casualties among your people?
No deaths, although a number were burned or wounded in the fight. As for Mulberry, we captured him. He is under guard in one of our empty storehouses. Stokes has turned our village into a prison, and now he is recruiting civilians to come after us. I fear this will not end until everything we have has been turned to ash. But I cannot allow that. Something must be done.
You're right. Can we help you in any way?
I believe so. And you can get what you're after as well.
Kill Stokes, take over the fort,
Our
steal
scouts
the
have
explosives.
observed an army wagon making regular deliveries to the fort from Rosewater.
Okay, or
it
we,
comes in
we
the
steal
night
the
when
supplies.
few others are willing to travel, and always it arrives a day or two after the train stops in town.
Then that would be tonight? I just arrived on the latest train into Rosewater.
Yes, exactly. I cannot know for sure, but I believe this wagon carries supplies, along with weapons and munitions. The soldiers use these to strengthen themselves, then come and deprive us of what little we have. If you and your people were to obtain them, it would be to our mutual benefit. We would have a means of defense. You would have the tools to enter this laboratory, and Stokes would be deprived of his armaments.
It's a bold move, but I think my companions will be willing to aid your cause.
I am glad to hear it.
Tonight, then, huh?
Tonight, or not at all. The cover of darkness will be to your advantage. Our scouts have also noted that only 2 men guard the wagon.
Guess I'd better tell the others and get to planning.
You are welcome to rest here in the meantime.
Thank you, Chief Lutzi.
May the
Yeah, I
Earthmaker
get that
guide
far.
you.
It is a little shaky around this part, I agree with you. It looks a little unexplored and
Everyone in good shape?
Mr. Luo has some minor bruising,
glossed
but your
or-
friends are otherwise healthy.
Good to know.
The story is
Hey,
pushed a
fellas,
little too
come on out
quickly,
here.
perhaps.
We got some business to discuss.
I take it your meeting with the chief went well?
It did. These are good people who can help us if we help them.
Helped them? With what?
With Stokes and the fort. Turns out the reason Mulberry didn't come back is that he was taken prisoner while conducting an unprovoked raid on this village. A raid Stokes himself ordered.
What?
Army soldiers have been crossing into Otham territory and attacking them without justification.
It's true. I have treated many of the wounded myself.
Hijo de la... We cannot let this injustice stand.
That is troubling. But what can we do about it?
Chief Lutzi suggested we hit him where it hurts, the fort's supply chain. So we'll be carrying out our own raid on a delivery wagon.
And to think just yesterday you were having reservations about robbing folk. Reckon it's true what they say about the frontier changing people.
Wait, when did I say I had trouble robbing? I had reservations about robbing anybody. I never said that. Yeah, but I think they... So, I could address all of the issues, bits of issues you have mentioned in your message. I think we could find explanations, or we could find ways to make sense of all of them. But yes, the game does not really address them very well. But I think we could find our own explanations if we wanted to. Like, it's not entirely out of the realm of sensible storytelling or logic. I think the main character would have, if we wanted them to, in our minds, would have like solid reasons to not only agree with the Odin, but also help them even do something that they could be hanged for. I think there is, you know, enough reason to believe that we won't get caught if we do it right. And they believe they can. But yeah, it's not addressed in the game. I agree with that.
I don't know about you, but I don't feel too bad about lifting a little from the crown. It glitters enough already.
If the government is engaged in oppressing these people, you should be proud to resist.
Now listen up, because we've got some preparations to make. And the wagon will be coming through tonight, according to the chief. We can get the munitions Phil needs to get us into the lab, along with some weapons and supplies for the Otham.
Ah, the old 1-2 punch. I like it.
Only question is, what's the best approach?
I'm thinking we create a distraction. We get the wagon to stop, Then you and I keep the driver occupied while Danny and Phil sneak the stuff out.
I prefer a more direct approach. You said the wagon was poorly guarded, eh? We have enough fighters to overpower them. When they see they are outmatched, we should be able to take what we need without firing a shot.
Wouldn't it be better to do this without drawing any attention? You could set up a roadblock, then sneak out what you need while they investigate.
All good plans. Have you got anything, Danny?
No, but I think we should be careful. Something like this could so easily go wrong.
So, what's it going to be?
Let's go with Nadine's suggestion.
I do think it's best if none of us are seen committing this act of banditry.
Agreed. This is a stealth job. Nadine and I will search the wagon. You boys hang back and take whatever we unload. Well, we better get ready. Let's hope this goes off without a hitch.
I disagree that the Autumn kidnapped them. Like, they were just attacked by soldiers.
What's all this crap in the
They
road?
were defending, and as soon as they realized we are not,
Pay me enough for this.
we are not those
Gilbert,
soldiers.
Get up here and help me.
I mean, they never mistreated us, did they?
We should hurry. I don't think we'll have long.
Okay.
Help me with this, would you, Nadine? Nadine, help me unload this.
So how many things can I...
I think this one is rifle ammunition. No indication of what's inside. Well, well, isn't this fancy?
Let's push this
I don't
as
know the
much as we
combination.
can. Combination.
Seems to be full of pickled fish. This looks promising. Jackpot. Here's some dynamite.
And a good cache of firearms. These should serve the Otham well.
There's also a letter.
What does it say?
It's a manifest. Hang on. Here's the combination for that safe.
Whatever you do, be quick. We haven't much time left.
I kind of want to reload. I didn't do it carefully. Let's first take a look at this.
Judging from the smell, this
Okay,
is
we
corn
don't
flour.
want that. We don't want that, right?
Looks like
Hey, it's Jer.
Forward march.
Jer, Raiders, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Let's give Jer a shout out. What were you doing today, Jer? How was your stream? Assassin's Creed Shadows. How are you enjoying Assassin's Creed Shadows? We are doing well. Having fun with the game. We are playing Rosewater today, a new indie point and click by Grundislav. Hey kiddies, welcome. More murder.
Not while that
Okay, we gotta have the apples.
Help me with
removed.
this, would you, Nadine? Jack.
What is...
It's a...
Whatever you...
I'll be damned.
What is it?
Bars of Aurum. Lots of them.
Odd. Why deliver these to the fort?
Good question. Too bad they're marked. We could have had a nice payday, but at least there's a bit of loose cash in here.
We haven't much time left.
Alright, let's save. We did 3 important actions.
Seems to be full of pickled fish.
We got the dynamite.
The fort soldiers are definitely well lubricated.
We found some gold, found some money.
Some basic cookware for the fort. Doubt it's a culinary paradise.
I don't know how many actions
No
we have.
indication of what's inside.
That we could possibly...
Just a bunch of uniforms.
Uniforms. That was a waste of time.
These crates are marked Beaumont.
It's strange that there are so few compared to the others.
These crates... They're all marked Rosewater.
Isn't this delivery coming from Rosewater?
I think this one is rifle ammunition.
Let's take the rifle ammunition as well.
Let's get this out of here.
Hey, Jer. Hello, hello.
We should go. The guards won't be distracted forever.
Right. Let's get out of here.
I don't know if I missed anything in there, but I feel like we got everything of
come
importance.
back to us. Did you obtain what you needed?
Yes, with this dynamite, getting
Point
into
and
the
click
lab will
indeed,
be
yeah.
quite easy.
Then I am glad the raid proved fruitful.
Chief Lutzi, I am curious. Now that you can arm your people, what is your plan?
Having a good
I
time
can
with this chair.
certainly understand your curiosity, General Marquez.
I don't know if you know
me?
about Lamplight
We
City,
are close enough
but
to
this
the
is
new
the same
Spanish
developer.
border
In
to
fact,
keep
in the same
informed of current
setting.
events. To answer your question,
The same country.
we will defend ourselves. Peace has not worked against those who wish to harm us, so we must answer them with force.
You strike me as a wise and capable leader, but allow me to offer one piece of advice. Do not underestimate your enemy. Nothing angers a tyrant like a show of resistance.
I appreciate it, General, but I believe we will overcome.
I truly hope you do.
We found something else. A safe filled with Aurum bars.
And you did not take any?
They were all marked. Traceable. We'd have no use for them.
Caramba. It is always something, isn't it?
The last thing we need is the Royals on us for stealing their Aurum.
The Royal Police? Nah, out here they'd send in the army. Or God forbid, the Blackburns.
The Union Busters?
Unions, heads, you name it.
The big question is, why send Aurum to the fort?
An intriguing line of inquiry, but I ain't sure the fort's dealings should concern us.
Perhaps not. But I am curious as well. Something unusual is happening here. Stokes was all too happy to aid our cause before my exile. Now he acts like a stranger. It cannot be a coincidence. I am going to charge my Lieutenant General with finding out more about these shipments.
Chasing more wagons full of Aurum?
Something like that. It is clear there will be no more aid from Stokes now, and I still have an army to outfit. Perhaps we will find something we can actually keep.
If money's what you're after, maybe you'd entertain the notion of joining our posse. That goes for you too, Miss Redbird.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain everything on the way back to the lab. Danny, you stay here and help unload the supplies. You can give Nadine the lowdown. Come meet us at the lab when you're done.
Will do. I am sending one of our hunters to return Mulberry to the fort. He can show you the way back.
Much appreciated. Right, let's get a move on. You coming with us, Miss Legere?
Damn right. Someone's got to be sure you don't blow yourself sky high. And can it with the Miss Legere bunk? It's Harley.
Duly noted. Now let's get going.
Just one more thing before you go, Harley. You said you were a journalist, yes?
That's right.
Do you believe the townspeople would take an interest in our cause?
Some might. I can certainly tell my employer about the treatment you've received.
Please do. I have a statement I would like you to carry back. The Autumn are a peaceful people. We wish to be your good neighbors and friends. But if a Vespuccian soldier or any other person comes with violent intent to harm us, we will do what we must to protect our people.
Got it. Would you be willing to sit for an interview with someone from the post?
Gladly. My words are for all who will listen with open hearts.
I'll make sure your message is received.
Thank you.
Yeah, we found
Thanks
your hat.
for showing us back, partner. We can take it from here. Well, would you look at that? Didn't think I'd be seeing old Jesse again. I'm keeping this arrowhead as a good luck charm.
You named your hat?
And who knows? Maybe some collector out there'd be interested in acquiring the arrowhead that nearly wiped out Gentleman Jake.
Híjole. Is he always like this?
I wonder how things will go for the Autumn now that they have firearms.
Well enough, I hope, provided they don't point them at us.
The flag Stokes was carrying.
Pity it's in such a sorry state.
I shouldn't leave this here.
It's good to see someone who respects their country.
Well, they will probably use it to make something. Like wrap the dynamite in or something like that. I imagine.
Hey, Phil, let's talk.
What about?
So how did you wind up here in Vespuccia?
That is a very long story, and I do not wish to relate it now. Perhaps another time?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I have to ask, what went on at the Rosewater Post?
That so-called newspaper editor dared to write that the People's Revolution was over, that we had been crushed by the forces of the Spanish army. Defeated, we will not abandon our cause. I demanded a correction. What did I get instead? A defenestration.
Rough break.
Yes.
Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind? 'Cause you know I've been wondering about the Alphen. What do you suppose will happen to them now that they're armed with guns?
Similarly for our arbitrary. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I've seen that in other games. We'll see how it looks later as we continue on the story.
I don't know, but at least they have a fighting chance now.
If Stokes attacks and they successfully fend him off, then perhaps he will leave them alone. But it will certainly not happen without bloodshed.
Well, best of luck to him.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Okay.
Fort Beaumont's parade flag looking worse for wear.
You're quite certain you know what you're doing?
Just leave everything to me, and stand far, far back.
Wow.
Impressive work there, Phil.
Gracias.
And an explosion will certainly liven up your article. Eh, Harley?
Alright. I'm gonna have to pause. And run the ads. So, gonna take a 3-minute ad break. We'll be here waiting for you. So I appreciate you sticking around. I'll see you soon. Okay. We have a few more boosts. How long did it take you to finish this, Thor? And did you get stuck in any places for a long time? 17 hours, you were working while playing, okay. So it was running idly. You got stuck once, okay. You pulled the mitral. Did you think about the potential solution and didn't try it in the end? Forgot about it? You thought you had done a thing, apparently you had done the thing everywhere, but the one place you need to do it, okay. I see. Quite likely that it's gonna happen to me as well. Probably at that exact same spot, who knows. Well, it's been fun so far. Yeah, it's a little on railroads. And that wasn't much of a challenge either, puzzle-wise. But I didn't get the feeling of arbitrariness in the puzzle design. Not like you are saying. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You are criticizing the weaker points because you care about the game and think it's a strong game overall. It's not feeling like Lamplight City though, not at all so far. It's feeling very different from Lamplight City. Like gameplay and design, puzzle design elements as well. Is it good? Yes. Yes, it's enjoyable. Yeah, sure, of course. Play it yourself. It's been good. I've been enjoying it so far. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. But it's not challenging, at least so far, Marto. There hasn't been any sort of challenge. We had to make some decisions, and I don't know how other kinds of decisions would influence the game. But so far, especially puzzle-wise, I haven't encountered any challenge at all. But we are still early in the game. Like it has been less than 3 hours. It will be one of my favorites. Putting aside the puzzle difficulty. Let's talk to this.
Hey, Phil, let's talk.
What about?
How did you become so proficient with explosives?
The science of it always fascinated me. Even as a child, I read a great deal about mining and demolitions. The lessons were invaluable. So, when my parents sent me to university, I studied civil engineering. Most people do not realize just how much care must be taken when dealing with dynamite.
Hang on. You have a university education?
Of course. Does this surprise you?
No, I just didn't think a revolutionary would have a degree.
Well, I do. From the Escuela Superior de Ingenieros in Madrid.
Right. Carry on. How are you holding up, Jake?
Oh, just fine, just fine.
Okay. Let's go in.
Well, slap my behind and call me Betsy.
I'd rather not, really.
Not sure what I was expecting to find, but it wasn't this.
It has been completely ransacked.
Still, there's gotta be some indication of where Clark took his money. Let's take a look around. But watch yourselves. No telling what any of these doohickeys might be capable of.
Okay.
I can't really see through the porthole, but it looks dense in there.
I'll go out on a limb and say that we won't be able to open
No handle.
this.
Must be some other way to open it.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like it's connected to the door somehow.
And that wire runs to the console back there.
Won't do us any good if there's nothing power in this place, though.
What was it? TT-180? TT-140? Something?
At least Dr. Clark practiced fire safety. I can't see through. The window is too grimy.
Too grimy, you say? I do have a washing cloth here. Aww. Maybe if we make it wet first.
A wooden mannequin in a cage? I have so many questions.
You sure you want them answered?
I certainly do.
There's about 2 inches of dust. Empty. Not really surprising. I can't make heads nor tails of this chicken scratch.
Chicken. Chicken.
What in the ether is this thing?
I wouldn't get too close.
I don't know, it looks cute to me with like 2 eyes and a kind of a stressed, shocked mouth showing the teeth, the pearly whites.
Some kind of console.
It looks like
seems
it
to
needs
connect
help.
to a few things.
PD-180. Okay, we are gonna come back here.
Not much left. Some books and a broken device.
Oh, we can go this way. Alright, let's take a look at
Is this some kind of combination or code?
9207. 9.
One of the dials is missing. Just my luck.
7. But this needs to be 2. Could we?
One of 4 dials. It's anyone's guess what they do.
Can we not remove one of these dials? Just put it on this one. Why not?
I guess this measures etheric pressure, whatever that means. One of 4 One of TT-180 must be this contraption's
It should be
model
doable.
number.
Dials like these are usually very easily removable. Yeah, easy peasy, I know.
Must be what makes this thing go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna flip it right now. You can come back here later.
This Clark fellow was into some strange things, wasn't he?
I'm starting to understand why he chose to do his work out in the middle of nowhere.
There's a toolbox here that I immediately notice. Maybe we have to knock it down or something.
This may have held something interesting once, but now it's just lodging for spiders. This must be where Clark parked his rear during his experiments.
Okay.
This is where all the cables wind up. I get the impression this is what powers everything in here.
We just need to get it running again somehow.
Guess we won't get to see what's up on the roof.
Just as well. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground.
Looks like a toolbox. What's it doing all the way up there? Way too high for me.
Want me to give you a boost?
Yeah.
Nah, I still couldn't reach. I'll think of something else.
Really? You still wouldn't reach?
I can't begin to fathom what these contraptions are for.
Nothing of use to us.
Anything interesting in there?
Not really. Probably why they were left behind.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Clark's lab is really quite something, wouldn't you agree?
Yes. Something unnatural. Something perverse. What possessed him to undertake this research is beyond me.
Can you think of any way to get that box down?
I'm afraid reaching high things has never been my forte.
Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
This place sure is something, isn't it?
I admit, I never gave much credence to all that ethericity business, but seeing all them contraptions and appurtenances, let's just say it's given me a new appreciation for Clark's tenacity.
Any clever ideas to get to that confounded box?
Not too many, I'm afraid. Although perhaps that chair could be of use.
Yeah, I was thinking of... I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult to just climb this pole and, you know, you could place your feet on the railing, just walk over it holding onto that pole and reach the toolbox. Honestly, it shouldn't be very difficult to reach this thing with just the broken down stairs. I don't understand why they are making such a big deal of it. You could try to get it shut down, I suppose.
Hang on, I've got an idea. Why don't you just shoot the box down?
Yeah.
Beg pardon?
Let's put that gunslinging know-how of yours to work.
Not so much as
I may
I'm
be a showman, but I ain't
calling
a
it a liar.
performing
Just
monkey.
I don't understand why
Besides,
we can't reach
I
this.
never perform sharpshooting tricks without a crowd.
Enough jabber.
Okay,
Let's
we
push
don't
on.
want to shut down anyway. Let's see if we can move.
Maybe
the
this will help.
chair.
Then again,
Oh,
maybe
right,
not.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, could we move this then?
This may have held something interesting once, but now it's just lodging for spiders.
I should have guessed that was gonna happen. Let's inspect this thing.
I'm guessing this thing needs to hit full power before the machine turns on.
So...
I can't remove it with my hands. I'll need a tool to unscrew it.
Yeah. What happens if I do this?
No good. There's some power getting through, but it needs more. Sinister, if you ask me.
Hey, Greenie, welcome. I'm doing well, thank you.
I'm guessing
How are
this
you?
thing needs to hit full power before the machine turns on. Some kind of power meter. Never heard of an ampere before. These meters seem connected to whatever's behind the panel. I bet getting power to all 3 of these meters will get things up and running.
Can we not use the lockpicks to possibly...
That won't help me remove the panel.
I mean, it should. One of the lockpicks, the key one, the tension key, I believe would...
That won't help.
Possibly.
For Pete's sake, I'm
help
not
remove
going to
these
hurt
screws.
you.
Let's go to this part again. What about this stool? Cannot even be moved. Okay. Can we still go outside? Yes, we can. Alright.
Wonder if Dr. Clark boarded these up himself.
Sophia.
Must take ages for any correspondence to get out here.
Probably beats having to hike into town, though.
Dr. Clark really liked his sarsaparilla.
So how far can we go back? Ah, okay. So we can go to different locations. Check for bottle caps. They're all empty, unfortunately. Let me save.
But what can you expect?
What is this
Jeremy's
abomination?
4RPG just
Howdy,
boosted
folks.
Shining Force.
Interested in learning about Coltit's miracle elixir?
Of course we are, little lady.
Then step on over here.
I'm sure there's a lesson here about the laws of supply and demand.
Yeah, I don't think Saturn is very evil.
I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
More than evil, he is misguided and brainwashed. Yeah, it's a Tumbleweed Park joke.
Special offer. Limited time only. 1 bottle for 5 crowns. Some of these bottles are starting to collect dust. Professor Xander Coltit III. Good medicine for good people.
Oh, I don't think I'm eligible for this.
My guess is the primary ailment these folks cure is swollen purses.
Boy, oh boy, I sure wish I was you.
Beg pardon?
Why, today's your lucky day.
Is that right?
Yes, sirree. You're just in time to experience the travesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir.
The what now?
Oh, dang. I mean, the majesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir. My name is Olivia Coltit, and I'm here to answer all your questions about this evolutionary new medication.
Are you sure you don't mean revolutionary new medication?
That's what I said. So, do you want to hear about it or not?
Fine, I'll bite. Tell me about this miracle elixir.
Glad you asked. From the maker of the widely popular Coltit's Emulsified Soporific comes Coltit's Miracle Elixir, the finest, most elective tonic in Vespuccia. Guaranteed to treat and cure all illnesses from arthritis to yellow fever. And for a special limited time, we're selling it for the treasonable price of just 5 crowns.
Sounds pretty miraculous, all right.
What's in this elixir, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Daddy's the one who makes it. Oh, but I know he gets a secret ingredient from some lady named Ethel. He always talks about her when he makes a new batch.
5 crowns seems a bit pricey. How about I give you 2 instead?
Sorry, ma'am. Daddy told me not to hackle.
Do we buy it?
I've lotions and potions galore.
Ethel. Ethel may not be the name of a person. It could be... Like, isn't there a flower called something Ethel or Ethel something? I'm not so sure actually, but I believe there is. It could be an herb or something. That is the ingredient. Ethanol. Oh, it could be ethanol. You're right. It could also be ethanol. Makes sense. You're able to haggle her down to 3 crowns, really? It may possibly be your previous dialogue choices setting up some sort of background for you. Who knows? Or it could be because I haven't really bribed anyone just yet, that I have a lot of money and the game kinda wants me to pay more money here, not allowing me to haggle. Maybe. Let's not buy it now. Well, let's buy it.
All right,
Who cares?
give me a bottle.
Yay! Thanks, ma'am.
I have 100 in 100 benches.
How about your friends?
I have all
want
of
2
them.
more for them?
We'll share.
Oh, okay. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. And if we're gone by then, well, best of luck to you.
You wouldn't happen to be related to a kid in Rosewater named Jem, would you?
No, ma'am. Far as I know, I'm a lonely child.
Why are you parked in the middle of the desert when there's a town full of potential customers not 2 miles from here?
They're probably kicked
Oh, I'm
from
just
there.
minding the wagon while my daddy's doing his business at the fort. But he told me to stand out here and detract anybody who might come by.
And has anyone else come by?
Oh, sure. Tons of folk. Only one who didn't stop was a feller on horseback. Too bad, 'cause the guy he was hauling looked like he could have used some elixir.
Say, do you know anything about that lab over there?
No, but I did hear a big boom coming from that way. Was that your doing?
No.
No.
Oh, come on. You could tell me. I'm no tattler.
I said no. Now stop asking.
Fine, jeez.
I think I've heard enough for now. We'll just be going.
It was a real pressure.
The pressure was all mine.
Professor Xander Coltit III's Miracle Elixir. Guaranteed to cure what ails you. I'm sure that's the case if what ails you is sobriety. Whew! That'll put hairs on your chest. I'd prefer to keep the cloth dry. Special offer. Limited time only. 1 bottle for 5 crowns.
How much money do we have? 25. Okay. So we got 10 from.
I'm sure there's
from
a
the
lesson
safe.
here about the laws of supply and demand. Some of these bottles are starting to collect dust. Professor Xander Coltit III.
Are you interested in more elixir?
Not right now.
My daddy said I can't talk to you anymore then. Sorry.
What do you mean?
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Oh! The arrowhead to unscrew the bolts. That could work.
Might I borrow that arrowhead for a spell?
By all means. Maybe it'll bring you some luck, too.
Enough jabber. Let's push on. Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Nothing.
Whatever.
We didn't have that option before we examined the bolts. Or whatever they are called, screws. I didn't remember at all. Okay. Let's say I'm gonna try to go to the fort. I don't think it's gonna end well for us, but you know, maybe just something.
That thing has seen some action. Sturdy. Hey, guard!
What is it?
Did Captain Stokes come back here? We lost sight of him after the attack.
He's here. Don't think he's up to receiving anyone, though.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
I guess we won't be able to go in.
Hey,
what about? Whatever.
How are you?
Oh,
Alright. Alright. We probably wasted time on that miracle, Coltit's miracle cure.
Let's see if this works. That did it. Looks like something chewed through it. Looks a bit worse for wear. Just have to get it working. No wonder the power's not getting through. This wire's all corroded.
Okay. I don't think this is gonna help with anything.
That muck's too solidified to wipe off.
Maybe alcohol.
Let's put some of this elixir to good use.
Okay, so that is done. And I saw we could use this here.
This wire needs patching up. That won't help.
It was useful, okay.
There's a thought, but this is way too big.
So we cut it first?
I hope this isn't considered treason. That should do it.
Alright, that should do it then.
Well, I'll be.
Looks like Phil managed to get the door open.
I wonder if they found anything inside.
Whoa.
I'd say so, yes.
We are up and running.
Impressive.
This technology is amazing. What did this Clark fellow intend to do with such power?
I'm beginning to wonder about that myself.
Nice job getting the lights back on.
Get everything squared with the Otham?
I think so.
They're adequately supplied. They should be well off for some time.
Well, I suppose we should see about...
Hello? Is someone in here?
Damn.
Now?
Looks like we've attracted some attention.
I come in peace. Please, make yourself known.
Guess we don't have much choice.
Hail! Goodness, I wasn't expecting so many of you.
And we weren't expecting anybody at all.
Do you have some interest in Dr. Clark as well?
Yes, you could say that. I am Paul Burkhart, emissary of the Luminarians.
Luminarians?
The what now?
We are disciples of Dr. Clark, protectors of his artifacts and legacy.
No kidding. So you must know all about him then.
Quite so.
Does that include knowing where all his things have gone?
If you seek enlightenment, we will be glad to share our wisdom with you. But let us all return to the commune. We must not further defile the sanctity of this place. Come.
I think I'll be fine.
I am eager to learn about you all.
Oh, come on. No, we are not following him, are we? Oh, come on, game. Give me the choice.
Welcome to Chrysalis, friends. Feel free to explore, converse with the residents. You'll find we have much to offer. We'll speak again soon.
I wasn't done there.
What an accommodating feller.
This is all very strange. You all might be into this porqueria, but I want no part of it. I am going back to the lab.
Suit yourself. All right, let's see what we can learn about where Clark's stash might be. But let's not overplay our hand, shall we? If anybody asks, our interest is purely academic.
I'm really not a good liar, Mr. Ackerman.
Shoot, nobody's asking you to lie, sugar. Just withhold certain details. We're interested in learning about Clark. That's all there is to it. Come on, Danny. Let's see where our friend's gone off to.
Did you, though?
I know lying doesn't come natural to some. For others, it's like breathing. Don't take this amiss, but if you'd like some pointers, sometimes it's good to be able to keep certain things to yourself you don't want everybody and his uncle to know.
Oh. All right.
Oh, this one is tricky. Always maintain eye contact. If done wrong, it will arouse even more suspicion than you would otherwise.
Make sure you don't break eye contact. Shifty eyes are a telltale sign of dishonest intent.
You seem to have a lot of experience in these matters.
Maybe, but I only lie when it's necessary.
You find it necessary to lie?
Sure, at times. To save my skin. You don't?
I haven't needed to.
Lucky you. Hope that keeps working out for you. But if anyone asks what you were up to the day when, say, a wagon got raided outside Rosewater, a little capacity for dissimulation might be handy to have.
Your advice is appreciated. I'll just see what I can find out on my own.
Okay, you scared her off. Cool. We can actually leave and possibly go to the lab now. So we do have an option, possibly. Oh.
If the smell's anything to go
What
by,
does it
that
say? I
crate's
cannot
full of
read.
fertilizer.
Why is Nadine in our party? I'm not sure about that myself. I haven't really figured that out.
Not very intimidating. No wonder the crops are bare. They have an automated irrigation system. Pretty ingenious.
Well, we actually did. When we were leaving the Odom, there was a mention of something like, if you need the money, you may want to join us, and I'm gonna explain everything. That was like a dialogue line like that. And then Nadine started hanging out with us. Hey, Fool. Welcome, welcome. Let's keep the chat to English though. Hope you are doing well, Fu. Good to see you. It's going well. Having a good time with this game. How are you doing?
They have an automated irrigation system. Pretty ingenious. Certainly
good.
Colorful.
Nice.
Seems like they're pretty self-sufficient here. Suppose that's where the animals are kept.
Rostrum kitchen.
Kitchen to the left, rostrum to the right.
What is rostrum? Oh, restroom? No. Cannot be restroom. Your pen and paper session 0 was crazy. Session 0, did you create your characters? How was it crazy? Did you roll all 18 stats or something? You were handed them. Oh, the DM created your characters for you? Or are you playing a set campaign or something? Raise platform on which a person stands to make a public speech, receive an award or medal, play music or conduct an orchestra. Okay, so it's a stage. It was a one-shot. Ah, okay, I see. I see. That's very cool. Hope you enjoyed it. What was your character?
They're really fond of this butterfly motif, aren't they?
I kind of like it.
You died in the first hour, oh no. Oh no.
He does go on, doesn't he?
My friends, today we give thanks for our manifold blessings. On this day of celebration, the Evocator's Day of Transcendence. And why do we celebrate today, on the 8-month anniversary? Because 1 is nothing special. 1 is an isolating, selfish, lowly number. But 8 is perfection. 8
What the heck is this numerology?
8 is the flap of the butterfly's wings. On this day in March of this year, exactly 8 months ago, the luminous ones called Evocator Bennett up to join them in the luminiferous ether. In so doing, they showed us the path of light, where soon we all shall follow. Now our soul sibling Bennett dwells among them in the etheric realm beyond this earth, in a transcendent union of cosmic harmony and peace.
Okay.
Here in Chrysalis, at the Evocator's laboratory, his holy temple, the veil has been parted.
Oh no.
And on the other side, the luminous
proudly
ones
flying that
are
Jolly Roger.
waiting to welcome us home.
Meeting the Navy.
When he first arrived here, in that twice blessed year, for never forget that 8 is the most sacred number, Evocator Bennett perhaps did not yet know that he was building a temple. But that is what it was, my friends. A temple, a lighthouse, a shining beacon in the dark, a divine instrument that would pierce the cosmic veil, letting the ether's light shine through to guide us, calling the luminous ones, calling us here, calling us home.
They seem enthralled by Paul's ramblings.
It is ramblings, yeah.
A reliable water supply is everything out here. The butterflies sure seem to like these flowers.
I'm sorry to hear that, Boo. Sounds rough.
We will never forget the momentous occasion when this holy work began. When Evocator Bennett came west after the Lamplight City miracle to break ground for a new laboratory. And he raised a light to the heavens and cried, "Let me in!" And 2 years later, his call was answered. And he was taken up into the etheric realm.
Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
So, what's our friend on stage been jabbering about?
What hasn't he? This guy makes Jake seem like a silent monk by comparison. Anyway, it's mostly been about Clark, his etheric
it sounds like the DM
in
took
New
pity
Britannia,
on you.
how he built his lab out here after the Expo disaster. Excuse me, miracle, that sort of thing. He says Clark transcended. I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know, but it doesn't sound good. What's your impression of Chrysalis?
Well, it's peculiar. Everybody's got a job to do, a way to help. Nobody's left out, and that's nice. But all this stuff about etheric beings? It sounds,
Crazy?
You said it, not me. Anyhow, I wouldn't mind hanging around a while.
I was wondering if you might help me out with something.
What?
There's a toolbox inside Clark's lab that's out of reach, and I've had no luck getting it down. Think you might put your pistols to the task?
I could do that. Yeah. You want to go right now?
No.
Perhaps not this very instant.
No problem. Just ask me again when you're ready.
I don't want to get it down by shooting it. I think we can find another way. Because if we shoot it, we may actually damage something inside. I'm gonna look for another way.
I'll leave you to the lecture. Something about that makes my skin crawl. The butterfly makes this one less creepy, but not by much.
She's got butterflies in her stomach, chat. Or a butterfly.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Ah, Harley. Miss Larkin here was just telling me about this fascinating place.
Hello and welcome. It's so nice to have visitors.
What is it you do around here?
Plenty. I help in the fields and in the kitchen, but my particular gift is keeping Chrysalis beautiful and its people
Do I
inspired.
recognize this
All
voice
the
actor?
murals and
This voice
paintings
actor
you see
sounds
around the
familiar.
commune are my work.
And a fine job you've done.
It sounds familiar
Why,
for certain.
thank you.
I cannot quite place it. And maybe it's just familiar to something else I heard, but I don't know. Probably, Thor, yeah, probably.
I agree. You've really managed to liven up this desert with some color.
Yes, that was my intent. I'm glad it comes across.
How did you end up here in Chrysalis?
Ethericity always fascinated me. I joined up with the Luminarians when they were passing through Rampton on their way west. We founded Chrysalis here, close to the Evocator's laboratory, and where the veil is parted.
The veil?
The boundary between our world and the ether, the realm of the cosmos, home of the luminous ones. The barrier is very thin here. Can't you feel it?
Oh, absolutely.
There's definitely something in the air. I've noticed you all sure are fond of butterflies.
What better creature to symbolize transcendence? Like butterflies, we too will undergo a metamorphosis, pass through the veil into the ether, and join the luminous ones. Not only that, their wings have 8 sections, and they flap in a figure 8 pattern.
Does that mean something?
Evocator Bennett's sacred number, of course.
Sacred number? What does that mean?
The number 8 is very important. It appears constantly in the Evocator's writings, and Bennett himself was born on the 8th of August, 1788.
That's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence is mere illusion.
What's the meaning behind those shadow paintings?
We commemorate those who have transcended, and those who will.
Hence the butterflies?
Very astute. Yes, the butterfly represents the immortal soul,
Interesting.
the essence of a person in their fullest flourishing. The butterfly is pure potential, contained within those who have not yet transcended. Once someone has passed into the ether, it is released and flies free.
Why, that's mighty poetical.
I can see that
You guys
you
are
have
weeps.
quite a bold, brilliant butterfly stirring within you.
You don't say. You see that, do you?
If you permit me, it would be my honor to paint it. Only if you're willing, of course. Everyone's journey to transcendent readiness is unique.
Perhaps you could tell me more about it once Harley's done talking.
With pleasure.
I wonder if this transcendence journey comes with tea. You know, the kind.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
I did. Once. Such a brilliant mind. We didn't speak long, but I felt as though we'd conversed for hours.
Do you have an idea of where Dr. Clark might be currently?
Of course. He's with the luminous ones.
Pardon?
The beings on the other side of the veil. The ones who dwell in the ether.
You're saying Clark is dead?
Not dead. Transcended. Eternal. You still have much to learn. It's good you're with us now. Everything will become clear soon. Trust me.
What exactly was Dr. Clark's etheric research about?
Truth.
Lovely sentiment, but could you be a bit more specific?
He sought to connect us with the world above, to unite us with the luminous ones. He succeeded in not only opening the door, but stepping through and crossing the veil. He showed that the way is possible. Now we all must learn to follow.
All right. Thanks for the chat.
Be well.
Don't wander too far now.
Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Sure. What's on your mind?
So, what have you picked up from these fine folks?
This ethericity stuff is much more complex than I thought. Seems our friend Dr. Clark may have been on to something after all.
I'll just leave you to it then.
That's all.
And oh, friends, it is joyous. The ether is a realm of pure thought and light and love. There we are freed from these coarse material bonds. There we are not women and men, not young and old, not poor and rich, not white and black and brown. There we exist as pure souls, glittering beings of brilliant rainbow color. Our bodies are as the chrysalides of butterflies, curled up tight in these fleshly shells. Contained within each of us is our true etheric form. And believe me, friends, it is beautiful.
Awaken!
You are all so beautiful. In the ether, we must finally emerge from our cocoons and fly free. Free among our soul siblings in the company of the luminous ones. 2 years ago, Evocator Bennett called them here. And 8 months ago, his call was answered.
They have something better, though. They have Cultit's tincture.
I've had about as much of that as I can handle.
Yeah, it is a reference to Gothic Swamp Camp.
I've had about it. He does. Hey, Danny?
What's going
on? Alright, let's see if we can go to the kitchen.
Full of grain, by the look of it. Quite the contraption. Is this breakfast?
It will be. I hope everyone likes it.
I think I saw this model in the latest Bowls Clearage Frontier catalog. Fancy. This isn't much use with a wheel missing. Handle still looks good, at least.
Can I take the handle?
The handle is attached with bolts, not screws.
Bolts. This won't work.
That won't do any good.
This won't work.
That won't.
This won't work.
That won't.
Can't handle it.
Well, if it isn't my old friend.
I'm so.
The defiler returns.
Hey now, don't get your britches in a twist.
I'm
You're
giggling.
a guest of Emissary Paul, so I'm obliged
What do
to
you mean?
welcome you. But if you
What does
continue
it mean? I
casting
don't
your
get it. I don't
shadows of
understand.
discord over all that is bright
that a
here,
good thing?
there will be consequences.
Who goes up to the wagon and says 90% of this wagon is garbage, but that handle is still good. Someone who tells the truth about a wagon, 90% of which is garbage, but handle of which is still good, I suppose. Giggle, the masterpiece starring J-Lo and Ben Affleck.
Now just where do you get
It's a new
off
world
saying
in
I'm
English, it
casting
means so
shadows
cute,
of
I wanna
discord
squish you.
or
What?
whatever?
I caught you
Why would you wanna
trespassing
squish
outside the
me?
laboratory. Then your friend blasted the door off.
It was all in the name of research.
I guess.
I'm just
thank
as
you,
interested
Simon.
in all this as
I'll
you.
take that as a
You've a
compliment.
peculiar way of showing it.
What's so special about this place that they've got you standing guard?
This building houses our collection of artifacts salvaged from Dr. Clark's laboratory.
Oh, so you're the ones who looted the place.
We did not loot it. We saved important items from obscurity and decay.
So what brought you to Chrysalis?
My personal business is none of yours.
Touchy. Did you ever have a chance to meet Dr. Clark?
No, nor did I desire to.
No?
Ethericity is not a power to be trifled with. I've no interest in meeting someone who treats it as a plaything.
Where did Dr. Clark end up?
Not where he should have.
Do you know any details about Dr. Clark's research?
He was toying with fire, Pure and simple. He may have been inspired and driven to his work by the luminous ones.
It is
But
familiar.
he was only their tool. He did not acknowledge their undeniable glory or show them the proper respect. He took a battering ram to the door of heaven. When they tired of the noise, they whisked him away inside the gates, while the rest of us still wait outside.
So what you're saying is, you don't actually know.
I've underestimated you. I didn't think there could be someone more arrogant than Dr. Clark.
Think I might take a quick peek?
I don't think he likes us.
Absolutely not. Outsiders are forbidden.
What if I brought you a new artifact for your collection?
Then I would be very surprised. We've already retrieved everything of value from the laboratory.
Even from that locked room?
That room is inaccessible. Do not even consider attempting to breach it.
So how does one go about joining your little club?
Not with that
You think
attitude.
if you joined us that I would just suddenly allow you to enter?
Sure, you said only outsiders were forbidden.
Nice try, but not on my watch.
I'll leave you to your guarding. Try not to die of boredom.
Does he have a name?
Excuse me?
Ah, hello. You must be one of Miss Redbird's companions.
Guard.
That's right. Harley Leger.
My name is Evan. Evan Holbrook. Welcome to Chrysalis.
Evan was just showing me the cookhouse. You
I
know
don't know
they
if he
grow or
gave us
raise
a name.
everything they eat here themselves?
Well, mostly. Sometimes we need to resupply from town, but we aim to be fully self-reliant. Our dedication will be rewarded with bounty.
So, are you the biscuit roller for this community, or what?
Not quite. Everyone in Chrysalis does their part. It's my day on the rota to fix breakfast.
Do you have a doctor?
We have a few skilled in healing, yes. I do wish we had more knowledge of agriculture. Our crops haven't been thriving like we hoped.
What's your story, Evan? How did you join up with these folks?
Well, like many of the others here, I was living in New Britannia. My wife was there at the etheric demonstration at the expo. I thought I'd lost her forever. But emissary Paul found me and explained how she hadn't perished, merely transcended. At first, I didn't believe him. I wanted to throttle him, actually.
I can understand that reaction.
But I realized that in my grief, I had become blinded.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Don't be. One day I'll transcend too, and we'll be reunited in the ether.
You said your crops weren't doing well. Why not?
Getting the irrigation in this year saved some of the crop, but we're facing lean times. We simply must find a way to grow enough to feed everyone.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
Alas, no. I hadn't really heard of him before the expo. I was looking at the waxed anatomical models in the medical marvels exhibit. But my wife said they turned her stomach, so she went to see the etheric pavilion instead. I don't think she really knew who Bennett Clark was either. It was just something to pass the time. If only either of us knew what a significant thing was about to happen.
The disaster that killed all those folk?
Please. That's what the ignorant and unenlightened call it. Emissary Paul helped me to understand. Evocator Bennett showed the world the transcendence phenomenon. It wasn't a disaster. It was a miracle. I only regret that I wasn't there, so I could have gone along with her.
What? Wow.
Do you know where Dr. Clark disappeared to?
Evocator Bennett didn't disappear. He transcended.
That's one way to
Again,
deal with
you
grief.
use this word. What do you mean by it?
He passed
The loss of
through
his,
the etheric
his
gateway
wife.
and
He can only
joined
deal with it if he
the
believes
luminous ones
his wife
in the
went somewhere
cosmos.
better, transcended, but not died in an accident.
Exactly what was Dr. Clark researching?
Ethericity, of course.
Of course, but what about it? Energy sources? Industrial applications? What?
Miss Leger, I couldn't begin to tell you. Whatever reasons he may have given the public, the bankers, the professors, and what have you, his true purpose was to open the way for humanity to pass into the etheric realm. And it wasn't easy. He spent 2 years in that laboratory before transcending. Soon the day will come when we all can follow him.
Your friend over there refuses to let me in to see Clark's artifacts.
Yes, Samuel is quite a stickler.
Samuel is his name, Thor.
Sometimes I think he lets his duties as the emissary's assistant get to his head.
It was good talking to you. I'll leave you both to it.
Goodbye for now.
See you later, Harley.
Nadine, could we have a
What's his
word?
name,
Of course.
You enjoying yourself here?
These are good people. I'm glad we met them.
You don't find them a bit odd?
I'll admit, I don't quite comprehend their philosophical ideas, but they've welcomed us with open arms. The least we can do is offer open minds.
Any ideas as to how to get that fellow over there away from his post?
And maintain eye contact?
Afraid this situation's a bit more complicated than that.
Could you maybe,
Still good advice, though. I'll leave you to your
distract him?
conversation. I've got more important concerns right now.
Alright, I'd like to go back to the lab, see if he can do anything
My,
there.
that's quite imaginative.
Who is Abe Goldfarb?
Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
I'll leave. Best not. Could we have a word?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Joy. yeah, you're right. You're right. That voice actor voices a lot of characters in Match Die games.
I think I've found a promising lead. There's a shack on the other side of the commune full of things salvaged from Clark's lab. Only problem is it's being guarded by that first luminarian we met.
Oh, the feller with the tinfoil chapeau?
The very same. How can I get past him?
He's a peculiar one, but he seems to be the most reverent to these folk. Perhaps you could win him over with a peace offering. There might still be something in the lab that's been overlooked.
So we go back to the lab
I'll
first.
just leave you to it then.
I mean, we did recover power to the place, so it's quite possible that maybe that door is gonna open now.
I can't be seeing things.
Already.
Danny and Nadine saw that strange haze too.
I give you
There's
my
nothing wrong with my eyes.
No,
There must be something wrong
not
with the
Revenant.
sky.
Certainly not. At least I hope not.
Whatever turning on that generator did, I hope it's not permanent.
Oh, it's gone already.
All right then.
I don't know if I removed that command or if it was something else. Repressed should work, at least. I may have removed that command phrase and I don't remember.
Hey Phil, you in here?
Yeah.
Had enough of those luminous lunatics too, did you?
I don't know. They seem okay. Just a bit odd.
More than a bit, if you ask me.
Really?
Anyway, now that the power is restored, we can see about getting inside that locked room.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Does it work now?
Looks like it's connected to the door somehow.
And
Just
that wire runs to the console back there.
Okay.
I can't see through. The window is too grimy.
This doesn't work.
At least no handle.
So we still need a dial to operate this. What happens if I do this?
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
Yeah.
That won't fit there.
What will fit there? Cap of this maybe?
That won't.
Oh, it has a cord.
That won't. way too high for me.
I mean, there's other stuff we could pull over.
This may have held something interesting.
Game's not letting us.
It's working again. Seems to be working now. Hey, Phil, let's talk.
What about?
A bunch of Clark's things are collected at
Maybe
the commune,
I need.
but one of the
I
luminarians
need Danny
is
to shoot
guarding
it
the
down.
place.
Naturally. Are you seeking a distraction?
If you have an idea, I'm all ears.
It just so happens I do.
Oh,
I have had a look
I
around,
wonder if
and
I
this
accidentally
machinery
set
is
the
quite unstable.
set the
With a few more
permissions wrong
items,
on
I could
that,
finish
maybe.
what we started with the door and send this whole place up in smoke. That would give you time to search, no?
Also, Parrot,
It
don't
would,
forget the boost.
But it seems a touch extreme.
I know you're lurking.
What would
but
you need exactly?
Well, mainly fertilizer and flammable liquid for accelerant. I can construct a detonator out of scrap I found, but I...
Okay. Can you use the command just now? The Revenant command. Okay, yeah, I'm getting errors on the server. I'm gonna
We'll need something to serve as the plunge.
Sorry, chat. Give me a moment. Alright, I sent them to you. You can take a look. Whenever you want.
To set it off.
Well, I'll consider it. Could you remind me what it is you need for your distraction?
Some fertilizer. Some flammable liquid. Something I can use as my detonator's plunger.
I don't think I
Got
want
it.
to do this.
Right.
This distraction.
Carry on.
This looks like a dial. Anyway, I'm gonna take a short break right now. Let's say we are gonna come up with a solution when I'm back. I should be back in 5 minutes or so, probably, maybe a little longer. But yeah, I'll see you very soon, chat. Stick around. I appreciate your patience with the ads and everything, and I'll see you very soon. Be right back. Don't attack the explosives. I'm trying not to. See, I'm not attacking the explosives. Yes, walk into the fire. Amazing.
Not going to last much longer. I must heal.
This isn't good.
No, it isn't.
Hold on much longer.
I'm gonna save ya. I did my best. I did my best.
Welcome to the 188 Slopping Shop. Like our slogan says, it's better than nothing.
Paradise just listed Dragon Age Inquisition. Paradise just ghosted.
What is that? Grandmaster level grenade throwery. Every once in a while, I like to lie on the ground in an infested mine full of aliens for a month and a half. You know, for detox purposes. Hopefully I don't need to gather my parts to venture forth.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Are you serious? Do I have to kill you? We could have talked about this, you know?
Eat this! If you could just go and talk to the Bedine, maybe they would allow us to restock our water supply.
You know why you cannot deal with problems like this, Katriana? That is because you don't move away from your stop like 2 meters. If you would just, you know, go around, look around, walk around, you would probably solve some problems yourself. That's how you conduct an orchestra.
And Teresa's fashion collection was gone. It's just terrible.
I'm going to take a look around the crime scene.
I'm gonna take a look around the crime scene.
Sometimes important clues are overlooked.
Oh, okay. So Alt. What is this? What's this? What's happening? Definitely the best implemented system is swimming. Yeah, exactly. So how do you swim? Hell yeah. No, not like this. But my sniper. Let me look under this light this time. They still don't match. Bye. Or he should be a 0. Because that's how much he matters. I don't know why I was so hard on him right now. I'm sorry. It sounded funny in my head. 2 weeks, 14 days. I don't think climbing the terrain like that is the game's feature. Okay, I'm stuck again. No, okay. I'm saved. Is there fall damage in this game? I guess it's safe to say there is fall damage in this game. You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. I'm back. It still does? Let me fix that right away. Oh, I'm glad you spotted it.
Welcome back.
Thank you, I fixed it now. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Alright, let's go back. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Let's go back to this game. So maybe we get it shut down. Maybe there's no other way. I don't know. Like, we have looked around everywhere. I haven't found anything that we can climb on. For some reason, we are not letting others boost us. I feel like it should be okay. Like, it doesn't look that high, honestly. We should even be able to, as I said, climb the pole, step on these railings and reach it. It should all be possible, but it's not. So maybe we have to shoot it down. Or I'm missing something, but I don't think I'm missing a hotspot. Like, these X's are all just things that we can look at. I mean, no, but these eye icons are all things that we can only look at. And nothing in our inventory really works, right? We cannot throw this.
That's not going to help me reach the box.
I agree. We should be able to throw something.
That's not going...
It's not working. Unless there's a hotspot that I didn't notice that we can interact with. Instead of just being able to look at it. I think maybe shooting it down is the only way to do it.
Looks like some type of cannon, and it's pointing right at the cage.
So I guess we are going to go back to... What was his name?
I will stay in here.
Danny? Ask him to shoot it for us. Well, just to be sure, let's stop by here. Let's see if anything changed. Problem with Reverend was that it was changed from pre-user to global cooldown. Cooldown records from before still remained on cooldown. Ah, okay, I see. I see. Oh, that's a problem in case we make other changes like that. I guess I have to, if I make a change, I have to let you know and fix the potential problems before they happen manually. Hey Anchor, welcome. I'm further than you. How long have you played it though? And more importantly, are you enjoying it? Oh, this is something we can take.
This had better work, Phil.
Oh, this is the fertilizer. Okay, I don't want to go that route actually. I mean, we can pick it up now for the distraction plan, but I don't really want to do that, honestly. There is this handle that... I guess this handle could be used as a plunger, possibly, but we don't have anything to...
Yep, that's fertilizer, all right.
Remove it anyway.
Heavier than it looks.
Hope you're doing well, Hankery. Good to see you. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. Yeah, okay, that's easy enough. I can do that. You're enjoying it? That's nice. That's nice. Have you also played Lamplight City? Possibly Shardlight and Golden Wake 2? What did you think of those if you played them? Compared to this. I have been a fan of every Grindeslav game that I have played. This is no exception so far.
Best not to interrupt.
Okay, let's just ask for help.
Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
Thor, just out of curiosity, now that I'm committed to shooting this down, did you find another way of shooting this down?
Sure thing. Just lead the way.
Did you find another way? Or did you get someone to shoot this down as well?
That's it, up there.
You played Lamplight
Right.
City, enjoyed that. Yeah. I think that was an amazing game.
Nice shot.
Thanks, Harley. Happy to help.
Very hard to find
what's
another way
inside that box
than
that's
shooting
so
this down.
important anyway?
Guess we all get to find out together.
Alright. I don't
so
think
you got
there's
the
another
box.
way. I don't think so. I think we looked around enough.
There's more than one way to get a box open.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It looked like there was only this way.
Well, anything good inside?
A spanner?
Not really.
Wrench.
Just a wrench and this odd dial thing.
Dial, yes, that's what we
I hope
wanted.
it was worth the trouble then.
Well, the wrench we can
That
use
was
to
good
remove the
practice, at least.
handle.
I'm heading back to Chrysalis. See you both later.
Oh, really? I didn't want to, but that would have been very nice. Okay. Well, in this playthrough, we are maintaining the illusion, which is fun as well.
Phil, you might wanna...
Phil, don't feel like the Half-Life guard.
Move. Are you alright?
I think so. The cage seems to have absorbed all that energy. Just warn me before you try that again.
So, this console operates equipment by setting the dials in a 4-digit sequence. That means we need to figure out the right code to get the door open.
Could it be that simple? Could it be that simple? Probably not, but...
Not Clark's birthday. Good to know he wasn't quite so conceited.
Okay. So... other numbers were mentioned. Like that was mention of March. PT 180, could that be something? Let's think about this.
I can't make heads nor...
While we are walking around and talking
Hey,
to
Phil?
people.
Let's talk.
What about?
Any ideas what the code for the door might be?
Hey, it could be anything. Are you intending to
Sure,
guess
there
it?
are only 10,000
Unless I find it written somewhere, I don't see any other way.
combinations.
Santa Maria, that could take months. If what is behind that door is so important, then the code itself must be something meaningful to Clark. Maybe you can deduce it by learning more about him. I am certain those payasos at the commune will have plenty to share.
Right?
Let's give this to him.
Here's some fertilizer
Just
for
to
you.
get it out of our inventory.
Excellent. Thank you. I will...
Yeah, stay here.
I'll have this handle off in a jiff.
Alright, let's see if we can
They're
get any
busy.
clues. They're busy, you say.
All good with you, Nadine?
Yes, thank you.
I've got more important concerns right now.
Really?
I've had about as much of that as I can handle. Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
If you had to pick a 4-digit number sequence that was easy to remember, what would you pick?
Suppose it'd be something important? A date, maybe? Or a memorable year? Never really thought about it.
So, where did you learn to shoot?
I,
69,
used to
69
know
maybe,
some
Pi?
folks that were handy with pistols. They gave me a few pointers and I just sort of picked it up.
I'll leave you to the lecture. Best not to interrupt. Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Sure. What's on your mind?
I got a theoretical question for you.
Shoot.
Say you needed to come up with a sequence of 4 numbers. What would you pick to make it easy to remember?
Hell, that's easy. 1817.
That didn't take you long.
It's the year I broke my first filly, if you get my meaning. Not something one forgets easily.
Right. I'll just leave you to it then.
And could it be 1888? I'm slightly worried that we listen to this guy, maybe I missed a clue there, and we cannot listen to him again. I mean, we could go back to the WAD, I suppose, to... let's do that, you know, let's listen to... Give me a moment, chat, let us try this. We may have missed a clue there. If I can find that part. Actually, let's make this full screen, or no, not this. Theater mode.
It's intense area for you.
Race platform. Nice.
Really fond of this butterfly mode.
My friends, today we
Interesting.
give thanks for our manifold
Playthrough?
blessings. On this day of celebration, the Evocator's Day of Transcendence. And why do we celebrate today, on the 8-month anniversary? Because
8 months.
1 is nothing special. 1 is an isolating, selfish, lowly number. But 8 is perfection. 8
What the heck is this numerology? Shut up,
8
Petra.
is the flap of the butterfly's wings. On this day in March of this year, exactly 8 months ago, the luminous ones called Evocator Bennett up to join them in the luminiferous ether. In so doing, they showed us the path of light, where soon we all shall follow. Now our soul sibling Bennett dwells among them.
Yeah.
Okay. Here in Chrysalis, at the Evocator's laboratory, his holy temple, the veil has been parted.
Oh no.
And on the other side, the luminous
Proudly
ones
flying that
are
Jolly Roger.
waiting
Shut
to
up.
welcome us home.
Meeting the Navy.
When he first arrived here, in that twice blessed year, for never forget that 8 is the most sacred number.
Twice blessed year would be
Evocator
88.
Bennett perhaps did not yet know that he was building a temple. But that is what it was, my friends. A temple, a lighthouse, a shining beacon in the dark. A divine instrument that would pierce the cosmic veil, letting the ether's light shine through to guide us. Calling the luminous ones. Calling us here. Calling us home.
They seem in these flowers.
We will never forget the momentous occasion when this holy work began. When Evocator Bennett came west after the Lamplight City miracle to break ground for a new laboratory. And he raised a light to the heavens and cried, "Let me in!" And 2 years later, his call was answered. And he was taken up into the etheric realm.
A silence. Nope. Yeah.
I think I listened to the
That
rest of it
butterflies
a
in our
little
stomach.
later. I cannot quite.
The veil?
8.
That's quite.
Oh.
The number 8 is very important. It appears constantly in the Evocator's writings, and Bennett himself was born on the 8th of August, 1788.
That's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence is mere illusion.
We knew that, actually.
What's
the
the
birthday.
meaning?
Presents the immortal soul.
Interesting.
It is released.
You see that? You could tell me more about it one.
Did you ever...
Ether now. Oh.
What's on your mind? On to something after all.
I'll just leave you to it then.
And oh, friends, it And oh, friends, it is joyous. The ether is a realm of pure thought and light and love. There we are freed from these coarse material bonds. There we are not women and
This
men,
is
not
useless.
young and old,
I
not
think we got
poor
what we
and
need.
rich, not white and black and brown. There we exist as pure souls, glittering beings of brilliant rainbow color. Our bodies, etheric form, and believe me,
Blah,
finally
blah,
emerge
blah.
from. I call them here. And 8 months ago, free among our soul siblings in the company of the luminous ones. 2 years ago,
2 years ago.
Evocator Bennett called them here. And 8
2
months ago,
years.
his call was answered.
They have something better, though. Okay. They have called it. Shut up. Okay, so I think that might be enough for us to solve this. Now, if you look at today's date, today is 9th of June, 6th month, 1847. So 8 months ago, that would be 9th of October 1846, and 2 years ago would be 1844 or 1845. 2 years ago from today, or is it? Yeah, okay, so it would be 9th of June, 1845. Is the date he arrived. I think. We could try that. If when he says 2 years ago, he is maybe not accurate with the day and month, but we'll assume that he is. So 9th of June, 9645.
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
What if it is 91042? There is no 10 though. It could be 0, possibly. And 44.
No good.
Wait, what if it's just a year? Like, what if it's just 1845? Because the characters were kind of giving me hints about, you know, telling me that they would set a year, not a whole date. So it could be maybe 1845 or 44. I'll try 45 first.
No good. No good.
Okay, they are not none of. Oh, wait. No, they are. What if it's the other way? Okay, I shouldn't go that route. So maybe I'm doing the math wrong. Wait, this is not today's date. This is not today's date. I am, my starting point is wrong. This is not today's newspaper.
October 25th, 1850. I'd like...
What is today's dates, though?
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen with February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersole.
So,
P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both...
It was mentioned that that year had 2 8s in it. This letter is dated 1850. So this is before, you know, the ascension or the disaster. So the ascension could have happened in 1858. Maybe? That doesn't really work, does it? Maybe it does. If it happened in 1858, it means he arrived in either 1856 or 1857. We could try. 1858.
No good.
What about 1854?
No good.
1855? Yeah.
No good.
Okay, they are not correct either. So what am I thinking wrong here?
February 12th, 1850. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban when they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy, after enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this, with warm regards, P.S.
So what's the timeline here? I'm not exactly sure when this letter is sent. He was born in 1788, which would put him at the age of 62 when this letter arrived. So that makes sense. If only I knew today's date. Where can I learn today's date? Is there anywhere I can ask for today's date? I mean, the character should know it. There's nothing about the date here. What if it's just 1850? What if it's just 1850? I didn't try that. I don't know. That doesn't really fit in with the other clues, but I guess I could try. 1850.
No good.
No. February 12th. Funnily enough, in the letter the month comes first. February comes first. If this version of America is, you know, Vespuccia is under, you know, it could never declare independence from England, right? So shouldn't the day come first? Is that just an oversight, or does it mean something? Maybe I need to consider putting the month first in my other guesses.
TT-180. Must be this contraption's model number.
TT-180. Is that something? Like 8180 or 1808? I guess we could try. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try. Let's try 1808.
No good.
It's gotta be something about the year, though. I'm sure. 8 1 80.
No good.
Yeah, okay.
I can't.
I gotta be missing something. Like, I gotta be making a mistake somewhere.
Hey, Phil?
What about?
Could you remember?
Some
God.
Flammable liquid.
Right.
So as long as we don't give out the flammable liquid, which, I don't know, maybe this.
Will this work?
Why, yeah.
We shouldn't take that route, so it should be safe.
Do it.
No, I'm not gonna do it. We are gonna try to solve it.
There's more than one way. Just a bunch of useless books.
I will.
What am I understanding wrong here? Like, this guy puts a lot of emphasis on today's date, right? Today is the 8th anniversary of the Ascension. And 2 years before the Ascension, he arrived. Is it what Is it what was mentioned? Let's look at it again.
Height in these.
Leave you to it.
Transcended. I felt his fullest flourish.
Veil? Think you might.
This occasion when this holy work began. When Evocator Bennett came west after the Lamplight City miracle to break ground for a new laboratory. And he raised a light to the heavens and into the ethereal. Guys, perhaps did not yet know that he in that
Oh no.
And on the other side, hit the luminous
Proudly flying that Jolly Roger.
waiting to welcome us home.
Meeting the Navy.
When he first arrived here, in that twice blessed
See, this
year,
is this
we'll
I
never
don't
forget
get.
that 8 is the most sacred number. Evocator Bennett perhaps
He arrived
did
at
not
some
yet
sort of
know
88
that he
and
was
8, so
building a
18
temple. But that is what it was, my friends.
something 8.
A temple, a lighthouse, a shining beacon in the dark.
Probably
a divine
48.
instrument that would pierce the cosmic veil, letting the ether's light shine through to guide us, calling the luminous ones, calling us here, calling us home.
I mean, it's gotta be 1848. So he received the letter at 1850. He has to have arrived at a year that has 2 8s in it. We know it's 18. So there has to be 1 8 in the last 2 digits of the year. Since it cannot be 1880 something, it has to be 1848. So if he arrived at 1848, and then he worked for, what, 16 months, and the ascension happened. So maybe I wasn't too off with this. So this disaster happened at 1847, and then he left the place and came here, right? So he arrived at 1848. So when you do that and I cannot solve the puzzle, I feel pretty bad. So if he arrived at 1848, the ascension might have happened at either 1849 or 1850. We did try 1850. Maybe it's just 18... Did I try 1848? I don't know if I tried 1848. But I'm pretty convinced that that's the year he arrived here at. He started building. Without a date though. We do not know the exact date because funnily enough, we don't know today's dates. I think I tried this, so... I think I tried this. Oh! Did I not try this?
Well,
Come
I'll be.
on!
Nicely done.
Okay.
Well,
it was that
nothing
simple.
horrible came out.
It was that
shall
simple.
we?
After you.
Thanks, Thor. I tried 1858. No, I tried that for another purpose. I remember trying that. But I thought before that, I tried 1848. It's fine. You know, when I was still trying to come up with a day and a month, I thought I eventually gave up on the day and month and tried 1848. But maybe I just tried 1847. 1846. Anyway, we solved it, so...
Santo cielo.
What in the ether happened in here?
I do not know, but I am not going in any further.
It's just Oscars, you know? Lots of Oscars. They are harmless.
These mannequins are disturbingly lifelike. This one's posed like it's reaching for something.
Clark's research involved playing with life-size dolls? Que locura!
Ripe and juicy tomatoes. How can they grow without any soil?
Easy. Devilry.
Wow. Yeah. Is that your expert
This one's
opinion?
just staring at his buddy. These squashes look healthy. This pumpkin is thriving, despite being sealed in here with no water or sunlight.
There is something very unnatural about all this.
This one seems to be the happiest of the bunch.
How can you tell?
It's the only one smiling. I've never seen anything like that before. Have you?
Nope. And I never want to see anything like it again.
Hey, what the heck? Is that a handprint actually? I'm kind of noticing it now. Is that a handprint? Like one of these dolls got up and tried to get out? Maybe he was powering up these dolls somehow. And they're just out of juice and they're just how they were at the moment of their battery running out. Mexican Gothic.
Some huge green bean pods. This one's missing its head. I wonder how that happened.
I can die happy never finding out.
You're no fun, Phil. Okay, that's something we can pick up.
Ripe and juicy tomatoes. Completely overgrown.
Probably for the best.
These squashes look healthy. That mannequin's head fell over here and has been wrapped up by a tomato vine. This might be of interest to our friends in Chrysalis.
What? I was gonna fix the robots. That was my plan. Aww. Okay.
I will stay in here.
Rowboats? The one that you row gently down the stream. You don't have one of those?
Have a look at this.
What? Where did this come from?
Clark's lab. His test room, to be precise.
You were able to get inside?
Sure was. It was full of plants and all kinds of weird equipment. The ethericity seems to have boosted the growth of the seeds somehow. It's like a jungle in there.
I cannot condone your reckless disregard for the sanctity of the laboratory. But I also cannot deny the importance of this discovery. I must alert Emissary Paul immediately.
He has a black belt, chat. We shouldn't cross him.
I'd better be quick. No telling when that chump might come back.
Alright, I'd better quickly save.
Prometheus bringing fire.
I'm gonna assume that looking
No
at
idea what
things
that
do
is,
not pass
but it
the
looks
time.
complicated.
I may be wrong.
Reminds me of an overgrown boiler. Clark had quite the library. Full of all kinds of liquids. I'd rather not know what they are. Just another one of Clark's weird toys. More scrawled nonsense. Why would they keep this? Only one way to find out what's inside.
Okay, there are some search options.
It somewhat resembles a telegraph, but what is this box for?
I'm thinking the operate options are...
the things some people will keep for posterity, I'll never understand. It somewhat resembles a...
What is this, like a Morse thing now? There are more search options here.
It's full of cloudy orange liquid. What in the hell is this supposed to be?
I don't know.
The New Britannia Gazette. The lead article is about the upcoming Lamplight City Expo. Interesting how the follow-up is nowhere to be found. A bunch of scribbles documenting the effects of ethericity on plants. Some notes documenting the effects of ethericity on animals. They're signed by a Juliet Montgomery. Must be nice to actually be able to understand this stuff.
Is this Freud?
Some old bearded guy. The
Oh,
plaque says Galileo
That's
Galilei.
Galileo.
Looks like a smaller version of the power generator in the lab. The clock's not running. Must have something to do with that machine.
I mean, I guess we gotta search, so let me get another save. We may have to resort to saves coming, I suppose.
Even more books in here. Some novels, poetry books. Nice to know Clark had other interests, but none of this helps.
I don't even know what you're looking for.
Lots more books, mostly about technical subjects. And what's this? Looks like a diary.
I should have known. Get out of here this instant, degenerate!
Okay, so I am curious about something.
Don't you dare try any more trickery, or Emissary Paul will hear of it.
At least I found what I was looking for.
Well, she clarified it, but I still want to just take a look and see. Like, if. Actually, let me save so that I can continue from here. This is gonna be the save that we continue from. But if I just went into this room without doing anything, opened this.
Nothing.
Oh. Oh, that was.
Lots more.
So it's random where the diary is.
Even more. Nice to know Clark.
Oh. I didn't know it. I didn't think it would be random.
Lots. Nothing but empty vial.
Really? Well.
Let's see. Books on. And what's this?
Okay, so I suppose we need to just look around and we probably have even possibly endless time before we find the diary. Like it adds some sort of randomization aspect to it. Like it feels more organic to find the diary. Yeah, that's what it looks like though. I was just curious about the I guess you could say inner workings. But yeah.
I should probably get out of Beardy's sight first.
Well, I guess I don't know, for probably eventual playthroughs to feel kind of different. It could even be something like the first thing you look at will never have it. The second action you look at may have like 10% chance to have it. The third option 30%. The fourth option is 80%. Stuff like that. To feel it more organic in your search. And you know, the character or the player is supposed to feel under the stress of the time constraint, right? I don't know, it is nice. I like stuff like this. Inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Definitely the only PNC besides on a walk that has you really wanted to reply. Yeah. It's something. What? Dude, really? Okay. Let's read this.
The final entry is bookmarked with a letter. Definitely worth a read. But first...
March 13, 1845. I'm embarking on a new project, which means a new journal. Here I will record my notes and observations from a series of experiments on the generation and application of etheric energy. I believe it can be profitably harvested from the very air and harnessed for an immense number of beneficial uses. I see the streets of lamplight stay aglow, not with the smoky flicker of flame from burning costly oil, but with bright, etheric lights from lamps that never need fuel. I see compact, efficient etheric engines replacing the bulky and limited diffusion generators that drive Her Majesty's airships. I see our nation's mills and manufactories humming, kept in motion not with the sweat of the brow or the belching fumes or coal fires, but with the clean, abundant power of ethericity. The applications are limitless, but before they can be realized, I must turn my attention to the practical problem of efficient generation, not to mention safe, reliable storage. Even if energy can be summoned from the atmosphere on demand, some intermediate storage device will be necessary to absorb the excess and release it in a controlled fashion. Absent such a mechanism to modulate the unpredictable flow of raw power, the effects would be akin to cooking one's breakfast by exploding a stick of dynamite. Tomorrow, I must visit the Cunninghams to order glass tubes and ampoules, as he always takes weeks to deliver. Before we continue, you made baklava? Is that teeth shattering? Nice. Enjoy. Okay, this is long. Are we gonna read all of this? I guess we will. I hope he also has magnetite on hand in sufficient quantity so I can start experimenting with it right away, but I will try the iron filings first. If not, down to the last spool of copper wire, must pick up more. And I must stop by the office of the Gazette soon to circulate an advertisement for a new assistant in the weekend edition. Much to do. January 19th, 1846. Some days the work has been maddeningly slow, and some days it keeps me at once by leaps and bounds. I am kept too busy to think often of writing in this journal, yet I have made notable progress. I have built the first prototype capable of harvesting ambient etheric potential and channeling it to produce energy, in this instance, heat. There is as yet no flow regulation mechanism, so the entire energy yield feeds directly into a copper heating element, suspended within a water-filled cylinder affixed with a thermometer. The top is left open to vent the steam, which is frequently produced in abundance. Or are we gonna have to do... I can imagine a scenario where we will have to do an experiment like this. We need to learn how this all works. So this possibly could be important. The entire energy yield feeds directly into a copper heating element suspended within a water-filled cylinder affixed with a thermometer. The top is left open to vent the steam, which is frequently produced in abundance. In future, naturally, the entire heating coil steam tube apparatus will be replaced with another assemblage capable of converting the electricity into useful energy to generate light, say, or mechanical motion. The prototype does not appear capable as yet of generating heat beyond the material's tolerance. However, I have reached the limits of this particular configuration. Without hazarding a face full of superheated steam and shattered glass, I cannot say with confidence, even now, that a random harmonic flux in the atmosphere could not cause a sudden spike of etheric energy that would produce such a result. Now that the principle is proven, we must experiment with introducing a regulator to throttle and control the flow for both safety and practicality. There remains the not inconsequential matter of funding. It has taken longer than anticipated to reach even this early milestone. Beyond the initial outlay for equipment, I had not accounted for the necessity of covering rent on the old Turnbull Street storehouse. Nor the wages of my assistant, Frank, for so long a term. I have already removed from Mrs. Gladstone's modest but comfortable lodgings to the garret over the storehouse, a move which has proved economical as regards to both money and time, if rather less satisfactory in the matter of board. I fear I did not give Mrs. Gladstone's Sunday roast quite the credit I now realize. In want of them was their due. Despite the savings thereby afforded, my meager reserves will soon be depleted at this rate unless I can induce a benefactor to relieve me of these pecuniary obligations. November 6th, 1846. At Frank's instigation, I have embarked a program of fortnightly public demonstrations of our apparatus, a brief lecture on the principles of electricity, followed by a practical display of the generator's operation, is offered to all corners, or as many as will fit within the storehouse, free of charge. I confess that at first I regarded this pageantry? Is it pageantry? Pageantry as a distraction from the work, a senseless bit of spectacle to dazzle the simple tradesfolk and laborers who occupy this district. However, Frank persuaded me that attracting an investor would require some measure of transparency as to my research, and while it's true that most who attend my presentations come seeking thrills rather than an intellectual or financial engagement, putting on these shows has allowed word to spread, and some are beginning to take notice. Last month's published proceedings of the Vespuccian Royal Society of Natural Philosophy contained a mention of rumors of research into the generation of etheric power by a Mr. Clerk of Turnbull Street. I leave aside that they misspelled my name and omitted my title. Not everyone can pay society dues and have their credentials indelibly observed, but they know enough of my work to have it spoken of in those lofty chambers of knowledge and opportunity, and that is what matters. And since they did accurately remark the address of my laboratory, perhaps one or two of those learned gentlemen might be persuaded to visit and see my work for themselves. I shall pen a letter to the society secretary at once. Never been a contestant in the human pageant Mitral? No. No, I haven't. Have you? Beauty pageants, Becca, first place. With the introductions and encouragement lately extended by Dr. Nethersole, second vice president of the VRSNP, I have secured connections sufficient to gain my place in the etheric pavilion to be installed at the Lamplight City Global Expo this very summer. It was great, fourth place, nice. Nice. Not only will I have the opportunity to demonstrate my etheric generator before a grand public audience as a condition of my participation, Armin and Grove, chief sponsors of the exhibit, have tasked me with consulting of the design of the pavilion in terms of requirements as to technical equipment, layout, accommodations for visitors, tens of thousands expected, and so forth. There's so much to be done to prepare. What did I do now? What's my fault? Turning off the flow regulator remains the utmost priority. We still have some months left to resolve the superheating issue. Have high hopes for the finer gauge electron filament. It strikes me that whatever investments and exploration these firms have heretofore conducted, what does that even mean? I don't know. Heretofore conducted in the sphere of aethericity, there are really very few individuals to whom they might turn who have any measure of practical experience extending beyond the realm of pure theory. And yet I had to go begging, hat in hand, to them for the opportunity to take part in their exhibition. Absent my generator, which can produce energy at a fraction of the cost of electricity, and with none of the polluting infrastructure, there would be nothing to present in their pavilion but promises and fairy stories of a future not yet evidence. But I must not bristle at indignities and be grateful for my good fortune. At last, the world will see the power of aethericity revealed. June 6, 1847. Horrors beyond uttering. I can hardly bring myself to write them here. Frank. Poor Frank. Your mother will not open the door to me, and I cannot say I fault her for that. I will send her your 3 months' wage by post. A paltry sum for a life, but all I have to offer. June 8, 1847. I have spent the past 2 days sealed in Turnbull Street, every waking moment spent checking and rechecking my prototypes and consulting my research notes, seeking any error or miscalculation. What went wrong? The flow regulator had exhibited irregularities before, but all within tolerance, nothing on the scale of that. The police will neither return nor allow me to access the remains of the exhibition model. If only I could inspect it, I might find the manufacturing flaw or defect in material that caused the catastrophe. Or, though I shudder to turn my thoughts in this direction, perhaps some sign of sabotage. There are many who would delight to see me fail. Angry crowds dog my steps whenever I venture beyond my door, reinforcing my voluntary seclusion. At every moment I expect the constables to arrive with irons. I have a growing suspicion that some handsome sum was discreetly paid by one of the sponsors to suppress public scandal associated with the event. If so, I am by happenstance the fortunate beneficiary of these maneuverings and owe them my present liberty. But what use is my liberty without my work? There on stage at the pavilion, I felt myself briefly a colossus of science standing astride the world, with a shining future spread out before me. Now it has all crumbled in one blinding burst of light. September 21, 1847. The inquest is complete, and my name cleared. I bear no formal responsibility for the deaths at the expo, in the eyes of the city of the New Britannia at least. Her people are not so gracious. The laborites in parliaments are taking advantage of the public furor to press all the more stridently for a blanket ban on etheric research, which I am certain the Prime Minister will be all too glad to sign into law. I am aware of a dark irony in the fact that my exoneration in the matter has likely only lent strength to their arguments, for if I am not some murderous monster guilty of horrific malpractice, then aethericity itself must be dangerously unstable and unsafe, beyond the power of any man to control. Fools! If they but knew what miraculous possibilities they foreclose with their ignorance and fear. Sometimes a scientific truth emerges, which the world is not yet ready to hear. Was not Galileo denounced as a heretic in his day, only to be vindicated by generations yet unborn? A pur simu. What does it mean? A pur simu? I don't know what that means. It is clear that whatever I am to do next, I cannot do it here. I must leave the city. I will go west. Even if total prohibition becomes the law of the land, law's hold is somewhat looser at the nation's virgin fringes, far from the Grande Maison and the chambers of the parliament. I don't know what this means either. The desert has traditionally offered refuge to visionaries and hermit eccentrics. I can continue my work there, away from the throngs. I have come too far and glimpsed too much to give up now. The road of progress was never a smooth one. I have tumbled over a tremendous stumbling block, but I will pick myself up and carry on. Ad Occidentum. January 16, 1846. My new laboratory, my hermitage, my sanctuary of science in the wilderness is complete. Moving out here has been an adjustment. For want of various municipal amenities upon which I was accustomed to rely, my resourcefulness has been sorely tried. For ample hydration for bodily needs as well as for hydraulic pressure and cooling of my apparatus, I have been obliged to construct a rudimentary water tower. Even the illumination which, living in Lamplight City, I had taken for granted, I must now provide, and I have taken to dipping my own candles with spare wax and cotton threads. These labors I undertake are unwilling to venture so far as engaging another assistant. What solitary was the point of this relocation, was it not? I do believe the desert climate agrees with me. I have certainly found it more conducive to work without interruptions at all hours, and the San Bernardo Valley vistas offer quite an inspiring change from the clogged alleys and foggy horizons of the New Britannia. I am not wholly severed from my fellow men. The small settlement of Rosewater is but a short distance away should I need to call upon any of civilization's necessities. While I was timid of my reception at first, I have found the people here rather more open-minded than those back east, and I have begun giving occasional lectures and demonstrations for small audiences. If these simple-hearted frontier folk can yet be won over, and taught to admire and yearn for the transformative potential of atheisty, then perhaps there is hope for the rest of the nation, in time. In the desert, I am made anew. My sins are wiped clean by scouring sands. I begin again. The fools, they have done it. They have sliced off their own nose and stamped upon it as it lay bleeding in the dust for spite. Our Prime Minister, having won re-election in defiance of all decency and good sense, has moved swiftly to deliver on his campaign promises and signed a total and immediate ban on all practical research, experimentation, and development of etheric technology. It's a dark age we live in, and thanks to Leroy and those laborite technophobes, it will stay that way. It's not yet clear what the repercussions will be out there, so far from the halls of power. I have no wish to tempt fate, and I have ceased all public display of my work. But will they remember the mad Dr. Clark, the erstwhile wizard of atheisty, and his self-imposed desert exile? Will they come looking for me? Like a scuttling bug, I must keep to the shadows and hope they escape notice. It's the only way we move forward. One day I hope to deliver the fire of atheisty to man, to lift him up from darkness and keep him in comfort and splendor. For this deed, I can but hope that my punishment will be less severe than that which Prometheus endured. My work continues. I'm gonna run the ads. I'm gonna pause the game for a few minutes, and we are gonna continue from here. So stick around, I appreciate your patience. Okay, I think we have some boosts. Wow, not many boosts at all today. The fewest we've had in possibly months. Shining Force, Dragon Age, Grim Dawn, Cyberpunk. Thanks for the boosts, GRM Parrots. We do have a sacrifice. $130K. Nice. Who didn't boost? Like, we usually have like at least 40 regular boosts. Today it's 30, so like I'm talking about everyday boosts. I wonder who didn't boost. Just out of curiosity. Oh, so Ash is not around, obviously. Ash is on a holiday for a few days more. So we don't have Ash. Drummer isn't around today. He may have met with the kids as well. Yeah, that explains it. Drummer, Ash not being here. Draven was here, but he didn't boost. He's probably... I mean, he told me he would not be watching and avoiding spoilers, so maybe he forgot to boost as well. Makes sense. So that already takes it to 40 boosts, yeah. Very, very understandable. Okay, Baka. Okay, Kakao. I'll see you next time. Have a good night. Have a good rest. Alright, let's go back to the game. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. I'm gonna love what?
February 9th, 1850.
That's only 9 months
Extra
ago.
Monday
Clark,
stream
I have a
request at
business
Thor
proposal.
Obliterator
Relinquish
requested
that
80
dusty
days.
laboratory
Can you
in the middle
manage
of
your
nowhere.
time, money,
You
and valet
It's-
duties
and-
to ensure your esteemed employer MSSR Fog can circumnavigate the globe in a mere 80 days? Plan your journey carefully, but expect the unexpected and be ready to take advantage of opportunity. Experience exotic locals, unique individuals, thrilling intrigue, and a myriad of methods of transportation from humble boat and train to fantastical steampunk machinery. Will you succeed the first ever voyage of its kind? Find out in 80 days.
Alright, that's great. Thor had already gifted me the game a couple of weeks ago, I think. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We still have some games queued, but I'll get to it as soon as I can. Thank you, Thor. By that, I remember now that I forgot to tell you, I lowered the price of Monday game from 200,000 to 150,000 today, as I said I would. So if you are waiting to claim some Monday games, you can now, I think.
February 9th, 1850. Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain privileges. You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. One of the aforementioned perks.
Let's get a save.
What in the ether is going on here?
Miss Larkin was kind enough to offer to paint my shadow.
In the altogether?
Well, didn't want to get my clothes dirty.
Besides, I paint the soul. The subject must bear himself and discard all excess.
Best not to interrupt.
Okay, then.
Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Can't it wait? I'm a bit preoccupied.
He's listening to the lecture and I've got nothing to ask. I've had about... All good with you, Nadine?
Yes, thank you.
They're busy.
I strongly suggest you get out of my sight.
Okay, then. Did anything change here? I mean, I guess we could try showing the letter we just found. But before that... Let's try talking to Phil.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about? Whatever you...
Nothing.
I found this letter inside Dr. Clark's diary.
Good. But perhaps you should show it to Mr. Ackerman
Yeah,
instead.
he's indisposed right now.
Hey, Phil.
Whatever.
Hey, Jake. I've got something to show you.
So, show me.
I'd prefer to speak in private.
Can't it wait? I'm a mite indisposed at the moment.
It's to do with what we've been looking for.
Ah, well, in that case, excuse me a moment, won't you, darling? All right, what do you got?
I found Clark's journal. Have a look at this letter that was inside.
An invitation to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio?
Yep. Check the date.
9 months ago. Ah, nice sleuthing, Harley. Let's round up the others and say our goodbyes. We need to plan our next steps.
Leaving us so soon? But you've only just arrived.
We appreciate the hospitality, but it's time we moved on.
If your journey must continue, then so be it. But we cannot thank you enough for your discovery of Evocata Bennett's etheric cultivator, Miss Legere. Once we relocate and configure the equipment, our crops will surely flourish.
That's great to hear. I hope you'll all be well fed this winter.
Know that you will always find welcome in Chrysalis. Farewell, my friends.
Odd bunch of folks, but quite charming in their way.
There is a strange kind of peacefulness about this place.
That's a fine way of putting it. Anyhow, let's get to the crux of the matter. Harley turned up Clark's diary.
More importantly, I found a letter inside inviting him to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio. It was dated 9 months ago.
That's right about the time he disappeared, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'd say it's obvious that the good doctor accepted the invitation.
And took his money with him?
Well, it ain't here or in his lab. And what's that postscript in the letter say, Harley?
You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room.
Don't get much clearer than that.
Suppose we should start packing if El Presidio is our next destination.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First and foremost, we need some transportation.
You haven't got any? Don't you tour around?
Sure, but our show wagon ain't gonna fit all of us.
Plus, we'll need it to store all the show's props and equipment while we're gone. There's that lady in town with a wagon now. Heard her talking at the saloon once. Said she hires it out to travelers.
Sounds promising. Who is she?
Her name's Lola Johnson. I think she stays in the old blacksmith shop.
Lola Johnson, huh?
Is it up to me, Parrot? You don't want to choose one yourself?
But I've heard of her.
We should head back to Rosewater, no?
Yeah, let's get a move on. Right. Harley, I'm putting you in charge of hiring us some transportation. Danny and I are going back to the theater to settle some business. Come get us once you've arranged a ride.
And just how am I meant to arrange it, financially speaking?
Well, now that may get a mite tricky. Our contract was to pay out at the end of the show's run, but seeing as we'll be breaking that contract, I'm sad to say we'll be forfeiting those proceeds. Anybody else got funds to contribute to the kitty?
Not unless this Johnson woman accepts pesos. And I've few enough of those at that.
I'm afraid I haven't got anything either.
Harley, my dear, I'm afraid we must then prevail upon you to furnish the petty cash needed to get our expedition aloft. Seeing as you're the only other one of our posse who's currently in the position of being gainfully employed. And it goes without saying, but you'll be fully reimbursed once we find what we're looking for, on top of your share. With interest.
I certainly hope so.
Wonderful. Well then,
I have
We'll
played
be
game deck,
seeing
so
you
it wouldn't
later.
be that for me.
What about you two?
I think I'll pay Dr. Sedgwick a visit. It's been ages.
And I owe him proper thanks for his care.
See you in a bit, Harley.
Alright, let's see. Let's see what it could be. Something I'm curious to see that is not very popular. So let's move past the top 10, for example. Going down from here. Could be Dungeon Siege. Could be Shadowrun Dragonfall. Could be Solasta. Daggerfall. Though I did play Daggerfall. Let's not say Daggerfall. Could be Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk would be amazing. Though it is sort of popular, it's just low, but it gets a lot of boosts every day. Could be Jade Empire. Could be Dink Smallwood. Icewind Dale 2. Black Geyser could be one. Alpha Protocol could be one. Silver, Darkstone. Wilder Myth could be a very good one. Because it is a unique story every time we play it, so. Silent Storm or Lords of Zulima. Mutants Year Zero. I mean, honestly, Greedfall could be a nice one. Road Warden could be a nice one. I said Dink, yeah. Gloomhaven possibly could be one. Battle Chasers. Maybe Jagged Alliance. Diablo could be one. It's never gonna get selected. Broken Rose could be one. It would be but I played it. It might be a good one for you. I know the game a little bit. I didn't finish it, but Ballroom could be interesting as well. Ravenloft games. Encased. Maybe. Gothic 3 could be very interesting. We have seen the first two. We could take a look at 3. Adam RPG could be very interesting. Borderlands could be fun, though I know the game, so maybe not. Path of Exile 2, well, I don't have it, so we cannot do it. Ballroom? I have played Ballroom, yeah. Yeah, I have played Ballroom. Citizen Sleeper, no. It's not on the list. No one nominated it. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know if I have it. Anyway.
New Critical Hits nomination, Thor Obliterator just nominated Citizen Sleeper.
Citizen Sleeper 2 could wait for tomorrow. What is Citizen Sleeper? So I don't have them. I mean, they can be on hold. Role-playing in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism, live the life of escape worker washed up on a lawless station at the edge of interstellar society. Inspired by the flexibility and freedom of TTRPGs, explore the station, choose your friends, escape your past, and change your future. It's a 2022 game. Is this a narrative-driven RPG? I feel like I saw this game recently, but where? Did Sangnif recommend this to me? Sangnif, are you here? I'm not sure. It's like Resident Sleeper, but different. Thanks, Dazen. That's very useful.
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
Hey, Sheriff.
What can I do you for?
Did you ever meet Dr. Bennett Clark?
No, he only came into town every couple of weeks, until the ethericity ban got handed down. And glad I am of that. I have no use for any of that claptrap. All it does is spook folk, and sometimes blows them up.
Don't suppose you've encountered a group in the valley calling themselves the Luminarians?
The what now?
Luminarians. They claim to be the protectors of Dr. Clark's artifacts. They've got a commune set up near his lab.
Oh, come on now. You're pulling my leg.
I'm serious.
Well, so long as I don't get up to nothing in town, they ain't my problem.
Are you acquainted with Lola Johnson?
Not really. She mostly keeps to herself. As long as she don't cause trouble, I'm willing to overlook the squatting.
I saw a lady coming out of the saloon earlier. She was
we?
older, fancy
yeah,
looking, sounded old country.
The Queen
Any
of England.
idea who that is?
Can't say it rings any bells. Wonder what someone like that'd be doing in Rosewater.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
Doesn't seem to be anything new. I guess we could go to the newspaper, write up our article, get paid our 45 crowns. We would have a total of 70. I don't know how much we will need. Money is great.
What do you want?
You're Lola Johnson, right?
Right. Who are you and what's your business?
Name's Harley Legere. My companions and I are headed to El Presidio, and we heard you've got a wagon for hire.
I do. How many are you?
5, including myself.
My fee is 40 crowns up front.
Your fee seems a bit steep.
My price is my price. I don't haggle. Already been robbed once today. Don't intend to make a habit of it.
Something of yours was stolen?
My pocket watch.
I see. What if I got it back?
I would be incredibly surprised. Unless there's something you know that I don't.
Let's just say I have my suspicions.
You and me both.
40 crowns? I haven't got that much.
Then stop wasting my time and come
I mean, we
back
knew it
when you
already.
do.
I'll come back later.
We knew that already, so.
Nothing. Shame. I could.
Ah, Miss Legere, it's good to see you again. Nadine and Mr. Marquez were just telling me how you all were acquainted. Please do continue.
Hey, Phil, let's talk.
What about?
Are you looking forward to our journey west?
I more look forward to what we will find at the end of it.
Right. Carry on. Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course. Pardon me a moment.
Coroner.
So, how was it working for the good doctor?
Well, he taught me everything I know about medicine. It was especially interesting during the rush. We had no shortage of patients then. I lost count of how many broken bones I set.
Seems we've a big journey ahead. Are you excited for it?
Yes, but also a bit nervous. I've never been beyond this valley.
This'll be quite the experience for you then. I guarantee you'll see things you'd never imagined.
For better and for worse, I suppose.
I'll leave you to your conversation. Hey, Doc.
Miss Legere.
Did you ever make the acquaintance of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Ha! Doctor. If that man's a doctor, then I'm Hippocrates.
Shall I take that as a no?
Miss Legere, I do not associate with lunatics and crackpots, especially those who recklessly cause the deaths of innocents. Now, let's not sully the good name of higher learning any further.
Have you met any members of the Luminarians?
I beg your pardon?
They're a community living near the old Clark laboratory.
Oh, those ethericity cultists. Yes, they do make their way into town on occasion. Sometimes the women come to me seeking
I'll think about that,
certain
Parrot. I'm not sure because we
remedies
didn't
and
play Path of
prophylactics.
Exile
And
1.
I've treated 1 or 2 cases of malnutrition. The desert is a hard place to make a home. Something about the old lab draws in the gullible and deluded. Lost souls searching for meaning.
I'll see you later,
And
Doc.
honestly, I don't know if I want to play Path of Exile 2 in its current points in development. While things are changing wildly still.
Good to see you again.
Excuse me?
How can I be of assistance?
Did you ever happen to meet Dr. Bennett Clark?
I have Joni's account of his demonstrations at the theater, but I never saw them myself. Never met the man neither. He wasn't seen much in town.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about the Luminarians, would you?
I have no idea what that word even means.
Never mind then. I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, man.
Let's write out the article.
All right, let's get this thing knocked out. But first... Okay, time to bring home the bacon. The big question, how to open?
You want to puff him up, so... Open with a positive account of the Wild West show.
From the moment he rode on stage astride a huge, steam-spewing mechanical horse, it could not be denied that Jake Ackerman was more than your typical copperpenny showman. Following that outstanding overture, Gentleman Jake's Wild West Spectacular proceeded in a similarly gobsmacking vein.
But do you want it to be
Now,
humorous?
the middle section needs to recapture the reader's interest. Let's see.
And it needs to be slightly acerbic, but not much. What escape plan? I think this might backfire. I'm not sure what she means by Jake's attitude. I don't know if I want to mention this at all. Let's go with this. Let's go with this.
They say the true mark of a person's character is how they behave under pressure. Mr. Ackerman showed nothing but resourcefulness when he found himself taken captive on one recent occasion, the details of which he was not at liberty to disclose. But he was able to recount his escape by means of a clever ruse involving the use of common household items. A true-life tale rivaling the plots of the most lurid copper novels.
So this is about the fake gun.
And now for an ending.
Praising Danny. Praising Rosewater. Let's praise Danny. I'm curious what that will lead to.
While Mr. Ackerman is truly a great man, it is undeniably the people around him, most notably his devoted assistant Danny Luo, who ensure his star shines all the brighter.
Okay.
All right, that should do it. Now,
that's right. I
what
forgot
should I
about
title
that
it?
too. Forget about that request. A frontier hero comes to town.
A frontier hero comes to town.
Now let's see how it's gonna look.
And done.
If I don't get the money, I'm gonna I'm gonna try writing another one. Otherwise, we'll go with this.
Good to see you again, Harley. Hope you're spinning me some aurum.
Well, I've spent the past couple days following Jake around, gathering plenty of straw.
Glad to hear it. I like writers who go above and beyond. What do you need?
Have you encountered the Luminarians?
What in the ether is a Luminarian?
Oh, they're in the ether, all right. They're a community of folks living near Dr. Clark's old lab who have designated themselves protectors of his artifacts. They believe Dr. Clark transcended into the ether and joined some luminous beings that live there.
That's some wild stuff. But I publish newspapers, not copper novels.
I never finished it though. I never made too much progress, but I did try it out for a few hours.
Say, did you ever get a chance to meet Dr. Bennett Clark?
Not personally, but I did attend one of his demonstrations at the Opera House back before the ban. The man knew how to put on a show, I'll say that much. Pity it all came crashing down in the end.
I'd best be on my way.
Right you are.
Here you are, Joni. One profile of Gentleman Jake, ready to print.
Let's have a look. You know, writing the headline is normally the editor's job. Now let's see. Goodness, this account of the show is very descriptive. You've made me feel like I was there in the front row. This is good. You've kept it brisk all the way through. Not bad, Harley. Not bad at all. A few snips here and there and this will be fit to print. Here's your fee, as agreed.
Right. Okay, we have the money now.
Now I know what I'm working with. I'll have a think about your next assignment.
About that.
Hmm?
I'm leaving for El Presidio with Gentleman Jake. We're after Bennett Clark's missing fortune. Whatever we find, I've got a feeling it'll make a hell of a story.
You're right about that. Tales from the wild frontier are in vogue these days, and folk will be gumming to find out what happened to Clark. All right then. Clark's missing fortune it is.
I've got something else.
Oh? Do tell.
While I was going around with Jake, we spent some time with the Otham. I learned that they've come under constant attack from the soldiers at Fort Beaumont.
What? Why?
That's the thing. There's no reason. They pose no threat, yet the soldiers harass them anyway. In one recent raid, all their crops were torched.
That's atrocious. People need to know about this.
I'm glad you think so, because their leader wants their story told. She's willing to be interviewed. She gave me this statement, too.
Powerful stuff. I'll pay a visit as soon as I can and see for myself. Plenty of townsfolk could stand to learn about our neighbours in the valley. This could open their eyes.
I hope so. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see about
Monday
hiring a
stream
wagon.
Request
Godspeed,
at Parrotwise requested Road Warden.
Alright, sounds good, Parrot. Can we give the diary to her?
What's this then?
The diary of Dr. Bennett Clark.
I see. Didn't know you dabbled in fiction as well.
Fiction?
Ooh, now that is intriguing. Dr. Clark gone west. Just tell me you come by this ethically. Of course, I'm not asking you to expose a source, but since you're new to this, you should know we have certain standards for what we publish.
Don't run it just now. Let me follow this story and see where it leads.
Okay. What about this?
This correspondence ain't exactly newsworthy, Harley.
Oh, really? Oh, well. It's fine. You may still
see you
need
later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there.
To wipe a window or something. I guess we're gonna try to get the necklace back, even though we have the money.
Maps for sale! Get your maps here!
You just keep turning up like a bad copper, don't you?
Nice to see you, too.
You have something that doesn't belong to you.
Could you be more specific?
Lola Johnson's watch. I want it back.
No can do. You swiped that watch for me fair and square.
Persuade, bribe, threaten.
I think you'll find it in your best interest to give me that watch back.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
you're a bad role model. That's not gonna work.
Because this whole street tough act is setting a terrible example for your brother. You really want him to end up like you?
He should be so lucky. Now quit trying to twist my arm, would you?
Would any of them work at all?
You're on thin ice, kid. Hand over the watch or I might do something I'll regret.
No, you won't. We're in the middle of the town thoroughfare. You lay a hand on me, and everybody and his dog will see it.
We can knock him out.
I'm nearly afraid to ask, what in the Sam Hill are you doing now?
I'm selling maps of the town.
To whom, exactly? Near as I can tell, I'm the only new arrival. The locals in the market for maps of a town you can circumnavigate in 10 minutes.
You're a real stick in the mud, you know that?
Cut the crap, kid. Name your price and let's be done with it.
Oh, where's the fun in that?
I'm not playing games. Tell me how much you want for the watch.
Let's see. Taking into account the material and age. How about 10 crowns?
I suppose. I mean, she probably will knock down the price by more than 10 crowns.
Fine, take the money.
Really? Just like that? Wow, that was the easiest dough I ever made. Here you go.
I really don't like this dude. Really don't. Do we know if any of the persuade options actually work? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, committed to this now, so it doesn't matter.
Locked.
Okay. Anyway, it's okay. We have handled our money responsibly so far.
Here, I believe this belongs to you.
I'll be damned. Where did you find it?
Jem had it.
I might have known. Little bastard. Well, one good turn deserves another. I'll knock 10 crowns off my feet.
Well, okay, we didn't really get any discount or something. In total, at least. But at least, you know, we brought the watch back. Oh, well.
Here's your fee.
Yeah, I did a good deed.
Good. Get your posse together and meet me outside town at sundown. We'll head out then.
In other words, I could have earned 10 crowns by punching Jem.
There
Well,
you
yeah.
are. This your group then?
This is us.
All right, folks, listen here. I'm Lola
But that was
Johnson.
also a good deed because
This is my wagon. When
maybe
you're
Jem's
in
brother
my
would have
wagon,
attempted stealing
you
it if
follow
he hadn't.
my rules. Rule 1. I'm your driver, not your friend. While we're moving, leave me be. That means no yammering in my ear about how pretty you think the mountains are. Rule 2. We stop and go as I say. I ain't interested in blowing up my engine just 'cause y'all are in a hurry. Last rule. Everybody does their part. Be it cooking, hunting, or gathering firewood. This ain't no pleasure cruise, and I won't be serving y'all. The road can be rough, but I'm an experienced navigator and tracker, so stick with me and you'll be fine. If you've got any questions, now's the time to ask.
Is that a ney? The wind instruments. Can we hear it again? I think it is ney. What is it doing in the soundtrack? So weird.
You said you're a tracker? What's that mean exactly?
It means I'm good at finding things. One of you gets lost, or we're hunting our supper and need to trail an animal, I can do that.
So, like a bloodhound?
No, like a tracker. Compare me to a dog again, and you're finding yourself another ride. Understand?
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to offend.
Folk rarely do. Anything else?
Regarding your first rule, what if we have an emergency?
Then tell me. Just don't bother me with small talk. I need to concentrate on driving. Anything else?
Just how long do you expect this journey to take?
I reckon it shouldn't be more than 8 or 9 days, weather permitting. Anything else?
No.
We understand. You'll have no trouble from us.
All right then. Let's get a move on. Time's wasting.
For the times they are wasting.
We are off, with the first faint tendrils of dawn at our backs. We head west for El Presidio on the trail of the elusive Dr. Clark. We have but a few days' travel before us, through the desert and mountains to reach the coast. I am rather looking forward to getting a better view of this part of the country. And should the scenery lack for diversion, I suppose I'll have recourse in the fellowship of my new traveling companions. Now that we've assembled in this unlikely venture, perhaps it's time we got to better know one another.
Ah, feels good to be underway at last.
Yes, though I must admit I tend to become restless on long trips.
Well, we got cards, books, and conversation. Plenty of ways to pass the time.
I think this is a good place to stop for today. It's not quite 6 hours yet, but this looks like the beginning of a new part. I think it makes sense to stop here. So yeah, we are gonna continue this tomorrow. Really enjoying it so far. I'm excited to continue tomorrow. Hey Zul, welcome. Hope you are doing well, Zul. Good to see you. I just noticed the Twitch April Fool's prank, the Comic Sans font thing. So that's what you were commenting on, Phazon. I just saw it. Yeah, I'd like to disable it. That sucks. That's horrible. Let's get rid of it. You're welcome, Zul, of course. Of course. Anytime. Anyone playing Rosewater, just out of curiosity? Oh yeah, there's another streamer playing Rosewater, and they seem to be further ahead, so I will probably avoid any spoilers, but we will go there anyway. So let's go and say hi. Thank you, Bogu, for the resub. Thanks, Farmer, for the gift sub. Thank you, Pi, for the bits. Thank you, Jer, for the raid. And thank you, everybody, for spending some time with me today. Hope you enjoyed the game. Hope you are enjoying the game, and I hope you are back tomorrow to continue enjoying the game. I'm very excited to continue this tomorrow and the upcoming Tuesdays and Wednesdays until we finish it. But yeah, hope to see you soon, maybe tomorrow, or whenever the next time is. Until then, take care of yourselves, be well, and goodbye for now.
Go bother someone else.